Good Sunday afternoon, my beautiful peoples. Oh shit, my subtext is wrong. Wait a minute, hold up. Let me change the subtitle. That's from the One Piece video I did earlier. Damn, what the fuck week. Sorry about that. All right, now we good. Let's move it. Actually, let's move it up top. There we go. Yeah, my bad. All right. Chat, what is good? What is up? We've already got 13 people in here. Damn. Okay. Arguing online is pointless. We need to put money on it rather than argue. I mean, that's what Kiwi Farms is doing. They're putting money on it. They're buying the body cam footage. I would be willing to bet that Nick's house is totally normal looking. No. I think it's going to be a fucking mess. Did you see his carpet? His apparently so expensive carpet that's in his room that he does all of his YouTube stuff on. It was grimy as fuck. No, I'm telling you, the house is going to be a mess. How many people would bet $20 it looks like a crack house? A crack mansion would be more accurate, I would say. Mike Hunt. The police left the contents of Nick's fridge and pantry out of the report. The one place where he didn't hide the crack. The time has come. Okay, so let me clarify something. The footage is not here yet, but it is coming. The footage is coming. So apparently what's going on is that, and I responded to Chris Kelly earlier, it is set to be released any time now. However, due to some legal mumbo-jumbo, the cops had to send it via a physical disc instead of a digital file, meaning they didn't email it. But it's set to arrive anytime to whoever it is over at Kiwi Farms is trying to get a hold of it. So no, like the footage is not here yet, but it is on its way. It does take time to do this, and the reason why is because they have to go. Because the thing is, there's minors involved in this. Obviously, Nick's kids are involved in this, so they actually have to pay people to go in there and blur out the kids' faces, stuff like that. So they actually have to pay people to censor the minors, essentially. And so because of that, you actually have to buy the footage. Now, normally, if it's a big enough story, a news agency would do something like that. But this is really not that big of a story for the news anyways, the so-called mainstream. Alex Stein will get arrested next. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to raid the Blaze studios? Can you imagine Glenn Beck getting dragged out in handcuffs? Oh, shit. Did you watch the recent Keno Casino on Juju the cow getting Mint from Riley? Mint is a mentally challenged adopted crack baby. So we are going to talk about the Riley situation here in a little bit, because I think we need to have a come to Jesus moment. I think we need to have a reality check on a few things. Sadly, I am. What do you mean? Hey, Jesker, what's up, Bucky? I thought the body cam footage is unavailable to the public until after the trial in Minnesota. That's not what I understood. From what I understood, it's just a matter of editing it. Now, the police, okay, the police might pull some kind of bullshit, to be honest with you. I don't know why they would do that when it's so obvious that they have a really good case against Nick, but I hope they don't. I mean, evidence gets lost in transition all the time, right? Let's hope that doesn't happen. Ripa literally saving mentally challenged crack babies from Juju. Who the fuck is Juju? Who's Juju? Did I miss something? So no, we're on watch for the Rekieta body cam footage, and as soon as it comes out, we'll go live that night for sure. Obviously, if I'm at work or something, I can't just Unless you guys suddenly donate like a shit ton of money to where I don't have to work anymore, then fuck it. We'll do it right then and there. Oh, Dick Masterson. Yeah. I've had my issues with Dick lately. Especially over this whole Rekieta thing. It's been, I watched his debate with Stardust, and I thought he was being absolutely ridiculous, in all honesty. But no, as soon as the footage comes out, like that night, we are going to go live for sure. Like we are going to go live. We're going to watch it. Had your issues with Dick clipping? Go ahead. Fuck it. It's Pride Month. Fuck it. By the way, guys, if you can hear something in the background, it's probably the fan. It's probably the fan, because it's hot as balls around here. Oh my God. Like we are under a massive heat wave. It's fucking terrible, dude. Like I've got a fan on me at all times. Oddly enough, they did censor Hildebrand and Ruby Frank were arrested for the children in Utah. Did not censor. Well, I don't know. Utah may have different laws. See, this is what makes it so fucking confusing, is that every state like has its own set of laws. And when it comes to all this different stuff, when it comes to different aspects of the legal process, and it's like, can we just fucking mainstream the fucking justice system, for the love of God? Like this shit is so fucking confusing. Well, that's a federal law. That's a state law. It's, well, in this state, this works differently than it does in that state. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, shit, man. Like, can we just, it's all one system. Can we just mainstream this bitch? Can we streamline it, please? Please? Hello? But then again, I guess that's why we need, I guess that's why we need lawyers like Nick Rekieta to figure this shit out. Ethan Ralph voice, it's not even hot outside. Go get an Uber. Shit. I got my own car. Baby. I don't need an Uber. No, it's hot. It's hot as fuck, dude. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So we are on watch for the Nick Rekieta footage. And as soon as it's out, we're gonna go live. And the farms, and let's look. Here's the thing: the farms has never let us down before. The farms have never let us down before. So I'm going to assume the farms are going to they're going to meet our expectations this time as well. I would assume. Because again, the farms have always been doing God's work, man. They've been doing God's work. So hopefully they're not going to let us down. Minnesota.gov/admin/data practices/ wait, what the fuck is this? Uncapped Turtle. What is this? Minnesota.gov/admin/data practices/data/type/body camera. What the fuck? Read the first 3 bullet points. I have a feeling someone is playing the farms. It's possible. I mean, I don't know, man. It's possible. All I know is that the farm said that they had the money for it. They paid for it. We thought it was supposed to come out last week, and then it came out that they have to send a physical copy. They can't send it digitally for some reason. I don't know why. So we're just waiting on it to get mailed. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Ethan Ralph is withstanding that Mexico heat in a mental crack shack. Ethan Ralph is kind of irrelevant. Body cam data are generally private / non-public, except when the data are active criminal investigation data. What? Active criminal investigative body cam data are confidential / protected non-public. Body cam data presented as evidence in court are public. But I would assume that the body cam data is going to be presented in court. Why? Because here's the thing. Why would it not be presented in court? It is footage of the actual arrest. It is going to show the condition that the kids were in. It's going to show the condition of the house, what the kids were living in. So I don't understand why it would not be shown in court. Therefore, it should be public. Also, wait a minute. Didn't they pass a law that all body cam footage has to be public? I thought after the Black Lives Matter riots, I thought like something was passed to where all body cam footage has to be public. Was it not? Correct. It is not allowed prior to prevent the poisoning of the jury pool. Oh. That would make sense, but okay, I don't know where the trial is going to be held, but assuming it's going to be held in his county, I can never fucking pronounce it, dude. Candy County. That's what I'm calling it, Candy County. Assuming it's going to be in Candy County, I mean, everybody there has got to know by now. Everybody has got to know because this would have been a big story in that little town. In that little county, I would assume. So it's kind of hard not to poison the jury. Someone is milking the farms. I mean, it's possible, but the farms has never let us down before, so we can only wait and see. I'll say this. If we don't have the footage by the end of the month, because when does he go to trial? It's like August or September, isn't it? I believe so. So if we don't have the footage by the end of the month, I'm going to assume that you're probably right. If we don't have it by the end of the month. Only if a peace officer discharges a firearm. I'm going to assume that's correct because I've not actually read the law. Body camera data that document an incident when an individual dies as a result of use by force by a peace officer or public no later than 14 days after the incident. If the chief law enforcement officer asserts in writing that the public classification would interfere with an ongoing investigation, then data remains classified. It's going to be held in the state of Minnesota. Someone got people to send them money for nothing. Next hearing is August. Right. Yeah, I knew it was like at the end of the summer. If an individual dies as a result of a use of force by a peace officer, the officer's law enforcement agency must allow certain individuals upon request to inspect all body camera data within 5 days. Individuals who may request and inspect this data within 5 days include the deceased individual's next of kin, the legal representative of the deceased individual's next of kin, and the other parent of the deceased individual's child. I don't know. Maybe they are getting strung along. It's possible. No one's perfect. Apparently, Raph said that Juju the cow does offer mint to friends of the show. Some men had the Memphis Micro and probably EV. Whoa, buddy. Okay. Wow. That would be some shit if that came out. That would be some shit. That would be some shit, dude. If EVS banged mint, I don't know, man. I don't know. So is it possible that the farms could be getting strung along? Yeah, I guess it's possible. I hope not. And it's possible it could just straight up get leaked. Who knows? I'm not saying that the farms has like an inside man in there, but given what's going on, somebody could leak it. Stranger shit has happened. They'd probably lose their job, but stranger shit has happened. I don't know. But regardless, when the footage does come out, I think a lot of people are going to have eggs on their faces. I really do. I really, really do. And we've been over this in, I don't know how many streams at this point, like 3 or 4 streams. And I'm telling you, man, all the signs are there. I grew up with a parent like this. So those same people said Riley was holding a firearm when he posted a photograph holding the Terminator Salvation gun, light gun in an arcade. Riley was not holding a fucking gun. What the hell? Time will tell. Yeah, it will. It will. But no, whether it comes out sooner or later, whether it comes out during the trial or after the trial, whatever it may be, when it comes out, I'm curious to see how people are going to sweep. I don't know how people are going to be able to defend. I don't know how people are going to be able to defend Rekieta at that point. Like, because the shit that's going on right now is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, like the people coming to Nick's defense. I mean, like there has been all sorts of like crazy shit going on lately. As far as like the defenses for Nick Rekieta. So first of all, blaming the kids is just absolutely ridiculous. That's number one. Number two, people have been saying like this was a conspiracy by the county, a conspiracy by Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't even know what day it is half the time, let alone who the fuck Nick Rekieta is. Give me a break. The farms also claim EVS begs to blow random guys at cons he didn't even attend. Imagine putting faith in people calling the police and trying to claim Mitt is a victim of human trafficking. No, EVS blamed the kids. There's no other way to take that. No, it hasn't dropped, but we're on watch. We're on watch. According to Kiwi Farms, it's supposed to come out soon. So we're on watch. I have played it. Dude, we've done streams about this. Like, he actually suggested that the kids might be the ones bringing the drugs in there. He actually suggested that. I mean, Jesus Christ. No. Not tonight soon. According to Kiwi Farms, within the next week. So, I mean, it could be tonight because that is within the next week. But I doubt it. But keep a lookout for it. He sarcastically said, sure, I blame the kids. The kids brought the cocaine in response to Flash saying he blamed the kids. Look, dude. EVS is putting way too much responsibility on these kids. I mean, saying that the 16-year-old should babysit the other kids. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, come on. It's a 16-year-old. You're not supposed to be a parent at 16. That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. A 16-year-old can babysit the other kids. And you're forgetting the surrounding circumstances of the fact that there's drugs in the house, the kids aren't being fed, it's basically a freaking drug den. I mean, do you know that's not a healthy environment? That's not a healthy environment at all. I grew up in a house like that, and I fucking hate my mother for putting us through that shit. I hope the bitch dies sooner rather than later. I'm just being straight up honest. Like, the only time I ever want to be I ever want to see that bitch again is when she's on her deathbed and I can watch her take her final breath. I mean, fuck that. You coddled Zoomers have been protected from any responsibility by failures of parents. Kids should not have to suffer because of the failures of their parents. That's the point. And look, we have all of this. We have these studies. We have this evidence that has been brought out by decades of psychological research. What these kids were going through is not healthy, and it could cause them to become very bad people later in life. We've proven this. Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. See, this is what you don't understand. See, this is what you're not. Oh my God. This is what you're not understanding, Uncapped Turtle. There's a difference between the reality of the situation and whether the reality of the situation is right. And when it's not right, we as a society have a responsibility to correct those wrongs, especially when it comes to children. You don't just roll over and accept it. Would have been better for the state to take you and put you in foster care where 80% plus of kids are sexually abused. Dude, I can't tell you how many nights I wish the cops would have come and arrested my mother. And as far as the sexually abused thing, that's a whole other conversation that I'm not ready to have on stream. Because the thing is, there's more of that story than you know. Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, you're making a case that EVS said that the kids were in a good situation and that they were perfectly fine. That's not the case.
No, but what he did say was that it was acceptable.
No, he didn't. Show me that.
He said that this is going to make the kids stronger. It's going to make them better.
Okay. That's saying it's acceptable? Hold on. That's saying it's acceptable? Yeah. No, how explain how that's saying it's acceptable. Because let me ask you. I went through traumatic experience A and I came out better for it.
Well, good for you, but
that means it was acceptable. No. That's the reason I said A. Okay? If I say to you in the English language, I went through traumatic experience A and I came out better for it. Lots of people went through traumatic experience A and they came out better for it.
Lots of people did it.
Is that saying traumatic experience A is a good thing?
You are equating it to building character.
No. Is that saying that the traumatic experience, the whatever that traumatic experience is a good thing?
Yes.
It is saying, wait, because a good thing can happen out of something bad, that means bad thing is good.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense, man. Hey, my house got hit by a tornado and it was rough for 6 months and we got a nicer house at the end of it. That tornado was great. There was absolutely nothing bad about the tornado.
That's a natural disaster.
That's the argument. I'm trying to get your emotions. I'm trying to get the emotional. He's abusing the children. Let's take that away. If I say a good thing can come out of a bad thing, I am not saying the bad thing was good. That's just basic English. But everybody wants to drag somebody, so we twist saying that a good thing can come out of this on the backside to saying that was a good thing.
I don't think that a good thing can come out of this situation.
Really? So there's absolutely nothing good that can come out of these kids. These kids are ruined for life. They will never recover. They should be taken by the state. They should never be able to see each other again. That'll be much better for them.
First of all, they've not been taken by the state. They've been taken.
No. Let's go back. Let's go. Let's hold on.
They've been taken in by the grandparents.
Let's go back and EFAP what EVS actually said.
Are we just going to ignore that point?
Yes, we are, because you're saying that EVS said that this was a great thing that happened to them. I think that's bullshit, dude.
He said they're going to be all the better for it. You don't become all the better going through a bad experience.
Oh my God, dude. Saying that they can come out better does not make somebody saying that this is a good thing that happened to them.
We have psychological studies. We have years of research that has been done on childhood trauma. The chances that these kids are going to grow up to have to reproduce the same type of behavior as their parents is very, very high.
Yeah. So where did EVS say this was a good thing? I don't care what the actual outcome is. I care what you're saying. That you're making a claim. Hold on. I don't. When it comes to your claim that EVS said something, I care about that. I do care what happens to these kids, but I don't believe that you are being accurate here. I believe you're openly trying to drama farm on it. To say EVS did this, EVS said that. Do you openly said that EVS was serious when he? Do you really think EVS was serious when he said, "Yeah, I'm sure the kids brought the cocaine in the house"?
Yes.
There was no context. There was no context there. He wasn't literally EFAPing Flash, twisting what he said.
No. Here's why I think that he was being serious, because he has the mentality. He has this.
Dude, you are not this stupid. You're an intelligent guy. I've talked to you before.
So wait, I'm supposed to ignore
sarcasm doesn't exist.
I'm supposed to ignore that his political ideology.
Sarcasm doesn't exist.
Not influence.
Sarcasm doesn't exist.
It does exist, but I don't.
And that wasn't sarcastic.
Not in this situation. No.
Shit. He really thinks the kids were. He literally called them drug kingpins at the same time. Good Lord. All right, man. Drama farm away. If you're going to be that, there's no need watching or listening if you're going to be that disingenuous.
No, you just want to sweep for EVS.
I'm not sweeping for EVS. I'm saying if you got a problem with what he said, for example, that a 16-year-old should be able to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that there was actually food in the house.
There was.
It's weird. How could he? Show me evidence of that. Dude, where did the police claim that?
Listen, the refrigerator. They could not get to the refrigerator. They could not get to the food because it was past the fucking crack den that was their bedroom. They weren't allowed to get to it.
Then where did she have the pie full of cookies from?
Pie full of, what are you talking about? A pie full of cookies?
Oh, the live stream the night before he was arrested.
Wait.
With EVS.
No, what I'm saying is, how do you have a pie that's full of cookies? That's two different desserts.
His daughter cut a piece of the pie out and shoved a bunch of cookies in it. Remember? We've got it on the live stream. EVS said, "Why do you have a bunch of cookies in that pie?" But there was no food in the house. We have video evidence of that, but now these children, they were starved to death. They were completely emaciated and losing weight and everything else. But it's weird. Have you ever? How often do you interact with children?
Dude, I have two nieces and a nephew.
Okay, have you ever asked them if they're hungry?
Yes.
And they said no.
Yes.
When? 5 minutes after dinner?
What's your point?
You're claiming there was no food in the house and that the kids were starving to death because a kid told a teacher, "I'm hungry this morning." One time.
It wasn't one time, dude.
That's the only evidence we have. That's what's in the affidavit.
It wasn't one time. And the fact that
that is what's in the affidavit, a single time. Don't fucking make up shit, dude. If you want to be taken seriously, let's be honest. We have one report that one morning, one of the children said she was hungry.
We also have reports about the kids looking like they're malnourished. That came from the teacher.
No, they're looking like they were unclean.
And
like they were wearing the same clothes as the day before. Let's pull it up.
I don't have it on me right this second. I've gone over this in another stream. It's a recap stream, dude. You want me to go dig
Let
through
me
all
ask
the
you.
files?
Let me ask you this. I'm not defending Nick here. Nick fucked up. Nick needs to face the consequences of it.
Do you think you should get the kids back?
Yes.
What if the kids don't want to go back?
I think children are better off with their parents 99% of the time.
Even if the parent is a piece of shit scumbag.
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Because all the evidence we have is that when you take them and put them in the foster care system,
they're not in the foster care system.
Let me finish my sentence. Or take them away and send them to other family and prevent them from seeing their parents, they tend to have worse outcomes.
Dude, I was raised by my fucking grandmother.
Cool.
Because my mom ran a fucking drug den. She's still in prison for running a fucking drug den. I hope the bitch rots in hell when she dies. I don't want to see her until she's on her fucking deathbed. And right before she takes her last breath.
That sounds like a you problem, not a society needs to make this policy problem.
Well, I would like it if society would prevent more situations like that from happening.
Okay, well, I think everybody should go piss in a cup tomorrow. And we take away all the parents. Every child that has a parent that fails that test, fails the whiz quiz tomorrow, we take them away.
Fine, fuck it.
Because no child has ever had a parent that used drugs that turned out okay.
If you're a parent, you shouldn't be doing fucking drugs. It's that fucking simple, dude.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not. That doesn't mean that
then how are you going to fix that?
That does not mean that every child who has a parent that does drugs ends up completely broken and incapable of dealing with life.
The chances of that happening.
There's only millions. There's only millions of examples of it not happening.
Yo, what's up, boxing historian?
What's happening, Jessica? What's up, Uncapped Turtle?
Yo, man, you want to get in on this?
My blood pressure right now.
Oh shit, man.
Dude,
go out in the cold, man, and chill that blood pressure out.
Dude,
yeah,
I don't know.
I wish I could, man. It's still fucking 90 degrees out there.
I don't know how this is not fucking obvious.
Oh, you're talking about,
first of all, what's obvious? What's obvious? If I say I don't think that the kids are so broken by this experience that they will never recover and they should be taken away from their parents and never be exposed to Nick and Kayla again or whatever her fucking name is, that is me saying, well, everything Nick did was perfectly hunky-dory and cool. Do you realize that the gap between that and what EVS and I am saying makes the Grand Canyon fucking jealous?
What I'm saying is that what Nick and Kayla has done to these kids is so reprehensible that they cannot be forgiven for it, and they do not deserve to have their kids back. Yes, I am making that moral judgment, and I don't give a shit.
They used drugs for 6 months?
What?
They used drugs for 6 months? They used drugs for 6 months?
No, it's been longer than that.
It has it? Oh, really? They met April and Emma Holtz at a Chrissy Mare show at the end of October. According to Emma Holt, April's the one that introduced them to cocaine. Now, okay, maybe it was 7.
Dude, we have seen a decline in Rekieta's health on stream over the last 2 years.
A decline in his health over the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, let's pull up a stream from September. You got its page right there. Let's pull up a stream from September.
All right.
Weird that nobody started talking about his appearance changing until February.
People were talking about it. Nobody.
Show me an example.
Nobody was.
Show me an example
listening.
before February. Show me an example before February.
Dude, Nux Taku, for example, like he was on a stream with Rekieta like a year ago, and like he stopped interacting with him because he knew that something was up. I mean, he could see that his health was declining and the way he was acting on streams. And that's one example of somebody that was close to him. You have the Dragon's Treasure is another example. I mean, people have been.
When did Dragon's Treasure first say anything?
I want to say it was December, but I'm not sure.
Oh, it's almost like almost like that fits within my timeline, right?
The Kino Casino guys were calling it out. I mean, it was
fuck the Kino Casino guys, dude. They'll say whatever they can to fucking get views, little bit they can.
Right, if you're right, you're right. They're right on this.
They're right? When did they say it?
Dude, they were saying it like a year ago.
Like a year ago. Are you sure you're not conflating stuff that happened after the new year with it's been a long time?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Let's look at let's look at one of the streams from September.
All right.
He's got the dates on all the thumbnails. Look, he was still maintaining his regular schedule. Nobody noticed anything. Is he losing weight there? Is he looking ill? Oh wow, that's the one you picked.
Yeah, that's the one I picked.
Did anybody notice a health problem when this happened? I don't remember anybody saying anything about it, thinking his health was declining here.
If you look at how much weight he lost and how rapidly it happened, that's a sign of drug use, dude.
Right. And when did people start noticing the weight loss?
For like a year.
I'm going to argue that you're wrong there. People started noticing the weight loss in February. Then why did nobody notice it here? Why was that never brought up as much as this has been EFAP, the one you picked?
Because most of the people in our space, they like Rekieta. They don't want to believe that Rekieta could have done something like this.
Am I saying he didn't do it?
I didn't say you were.
Or am I saying that it started in late October?
So you think the cocaine use began in late October?
According to the person that's complaining the most about the cocaine use, yes.
You're talking about Aaron, right?
Yeah, or whatever his first name is, Imholt.
And you think
he says that April introduced it. When did they first meet? They met at Chrissy Mayer's show in St. Paul. We can go look up that date. It's like October 23rd. They didn't even know each other before that day.
So
that's the day they were introduced.
So you're saying that we can take Aaron's word 100% on everything, even though he was involved in this shit.
We actually have points to that's when it started. Now I can pull shit out of my ass and make claims without any evidence to back it up and say that it happened a year ago, but it's weird. I can't find a single person talking in early 2023 about the weight loss. Does anybody in the chat, have anybody else here remember anybody saying anything? Even his biggest detractors. Even is there a mention on the farms?
I'd have to go dig up through the farms. I mean that I'd have to dig into the farms if we're going into that. But people were pointing out that his health was declining.
They started pointing that out late January, early February.
Then why were people starting to leave the channel for the last 2 years?
Because he quit streaming regularly. Well, number one, people come and go from channels because it gets boring. Number two, mainly his audience blew up when he would have a important trial to cover, and then it would slowly decline until he decided to cover another one. And we went through a long dead spell with nothing to cover. That's why all of LawTube's channel views went downhill.
Weeb's got a good point here. You're confusing two different things. Just because something starts being noticeable at one point doesn't necessarily mean it began then.
Well, what's your evidence that it began before? The evidence we have is that he stopped streaming on a normal basis middle of December. It got really bad in January. He started losing all that weight. He started canceling events or canceling streams in late January, early February. That's when people started questioning his health.
You're breaking.
Purse them to the cocaine. Met question about that. Okay. That's probably my internet. Sorry. The person that we know that claims his wife introduced them to the cocaine. We know what day they met. There's no question about it. Chrissy Mayer introduced them. We know the exact date and place that these 4 people met for the first time.
What's up, Katie? So are you saying that Nick couldn't have got the cocaine from anybody else?
Oh, he could have. I just don't think. I think with the evidence we have, he wasn't on coke till then. I don't see any evidence that makes me believe that. Well, I'm going to say the evidence that I have fits the timeline that I'm looking at, and I have an individual that was a first person involved in it as a participant, claiming that that's when it started.
Who, because of being a participant,
Aaron.
I know, but because he's a participant, I don't think
I don't have other evidence. I don't have other evidence to disprove that. That's the point. Do you have evidence that disproves that?
Well, Weeb says right here that there are some people that were saying he was definitely using at Hedonism 2 in Jamaica, and getting blasted there.
Okay, and when was that?
That was.
All right, let's be super generous. 8 months.
Yo,
so if somebody uses drugs for 8 months in their life, they should have their children stripped from them and never be allowed to see them again. And that's what's best for children.
If they're using it in the same house that their children are in, yes.
Why don't we just take them out and shoot them? There's no redemption.
Dude?
I mean, that's what we used to do, right?
Hold up. I'm going to talk now. I have had addicts in my family. All right. They have never gotten.
Well, that
better.
Makes you an expert.
They've never gotten better.
Cool. So no addict has ever gotten better.
I didn't say that. They have to want to get better. Nick doesn't want to get better. Did you see the stream? Did you see the stream he did after he got released? He's not sorry for anything.
Because he said some things in public and didn't admit to guilt, and there's nothing else going on in his life. That gives you a real insight, doesn't it?
Well, if you were,
you have no idea. You have no idea. Hold on. You have no. If you were remorseful, you'd go, "Yeah, I did this, and go ahead and use this stream against me and put me in jail for 25 years."
Well, if you were remorseful,
that'd be a smart move.
Wouldn't you just come out and admit it?
Why does he have to admit it to you?
He doesn't have to admit it to me. He needs to admit it to his followers, the people that made him a millionaire. He owes it to them.
Oh, he owes it to them. He owes it to them to submarine his own defense.
Dude, if he would actually...
I hope you never get in trouble for anything, Jesker.
If he would
What if you were to get in trouble?
If he would actually admit his guilt and he would go to rehab to get some help, the judge would probably show leniency to him. He's not helping.
Probably.
He's
would
not
probably
99%. Oh my God, this whole anti-government bullshit. Oh my God.
What's this whole anti-government bullshit?
I mean, it's just obvious where you're coming from. It's the whole, the
justice that we should that people should base their opinions on the evidence provided to them. George, am I crazy here?
Yeah, you're all crazy. Why you even care about this? It's bullshit. You should be thinking about Star Wars and how it's dead.
You're right. I mean, I don't know anything about this. I mean, it took me 3 minutes to find the stuff about the body cam laws. I gave you the link to it. I copied and pasted it best I could with the limitations of YouTube chat. The statutes that say somebody's taking the farms for a ride. I'm just saying to take a sane look at this stuff. Stop trying to fucking demonize everybody that makes a comment about it. And let's be realistic about the situation here. Just because he's a public figure that people have watched on a stream doesn't mean we need to fucking crucify people. Just like you're sitting there saying EVS said the kids were drug kingpins and he was totally serious. You and I both know
he wasn't serious.
You and I both know he was being fucking sarcastic, making fun of Yellow Flash's
I don't
tirade.
know that. I don't know that.
Well,
how many times is
sarcasm? Gosh. And by the way, did you know Star Wars is dead?
Yes, I do plan to. I do plan to check out the Acolyte. Apparently, there's something in there that just fucking killed the lore.
You said something.
Everything. Have you seen it?
Oh no, I seen that one little segment of that episode where these
you should be grateful. You should be grateful that's all you saw.
Well, don't
Star Wars died a peaceful death in 1983.
Don't spoil it, because apparently there's something in episode 3 of the Acolyte that just absolutely ruins the fucking lore.
Yeah.
And
man, Star Wars has been dead since 2012, man.
I want no. It died a peaceful death in 1983, and the rest has been fan fiction.
The prequels were not that bad.
No,
the only reason you say that is because the sequels were so much worse.
No, I was defending this prequels before the sequels came out. I was like, guys, it's not that fucking bad. It has its problems.
How old were you when you watched? How old were you when you watched The Phantom Menace?
I would have been.
Shit, I was fucking 8, 9.
You were very young, right?
What month did it come out in 1999? You remember?
Was it?
I'm just ballpark it. You would have been fairly young, right?
Yes, I would have been a kid. Yeah.
I can understand your viewpoint on it. That's the Star Wars you grew up with. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but
there's a reason people were happy when Disney bought it. You can't deny people were happy when Disney bought it.
If you were expecting the prequels to be a repaste of the original trilogy, that was never going to happen.
No, I just wanted the Clone Wars that we were told about in the early Marvel comics. That were nothing like
that wasn't George's work. George didn't give a shit about that.
But no,
I know.
Wait.
George, there's a reason people hold Empire up. It's the one George had the least to do with, and that's why it was the best.
George,
have you ever seen how Star Wars was saved in the edit?
Listen, yes, I know what you're talking about. Listen, George is a better storyteller than he is a director. I agree with that. But listen, the fact was, all throughout the time period that George Lucas owned it, anything that was not in the films was only canon until it wasn't canon.
I understand that. What I'm saying is
always B tier.
What I'm saying is the description of what the Clone Wars were and why they were called the Clone Wars was completely different than what we got in the prequels. And it was much more exciting. And it was literally based on handwritten notes he gave to authors. He decided to turn it into, he wanted it to, that's when he started that, it needs to rhyme and all this. And he turned it into something completely different.
I think that the clones being under the Jedi and then turning on the Jedi, I think is much more interesting.
I get you.
It's more emotionally impactful. I think it's.
Do you know what the original Clone Wars were described as?
Yeah,
why they were called the Clone Wars?
It was like monsters or something, wasn't it? Like,
no, it was a bunch of subterfuge and people cloning, having clones stand in for people they assassinated and things like that. There was that's why it was called the Clone Wars. It wasn't. I mean, we
wouldn't have worked in a movie.
There's never been movies about spy. There's never been a spy thriller. There's never been a spy thriller that works.
But the main focus of the prequels is the fall of Anakin Skywalker.
I get that, and that's what I'm saying is that's where it changed. And I would have liked to have seen something slightly different than those. I get it. It's your Star Wars. It's the Star Wars you grew up with. If it was the same for me, I would probably hold the same opinion.
Well,
the difference is
I made a throwaway joke that it died peacefully in 83. That's all I did. It was making a throwaway joke with you.
The difference is that the kids who grew up with the sequels will not be saying the same thing about the sequels that I'm saying about the prequels.
You're absolutely correct. They're garbage.
Yes.
The only good thing that has come out of Star Wars since Disney bought it was Rogue One.
No, don't say that. No, because wait, let me get into this because I've been a Star Wars fan since 1995, right? Since
1976.
I feel you since 19. Because look, I'm just saying because I watched. Look, when they put those remastered films in the theaters back in the 90s, what was it the
special editions?
Right, those special editions. Look, I thought those were the best movies I've ever seen, even to this day, right? But let's not act like there was not other extra stuff that what do they call the extended universe that was not
the EU, yeah, the book,
like the Marvel comics with the Wedge story. I have one of those comics with Wedge, if I believe. That was a great story. Knights of the Old Republic, those were great games with a great storyline.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
some of the best Star Wars stuff, but that's I said post Disney buying it.
But no, you said unless you're joking about the 1983 joke.
Oh, I said I no. What I said was
Disney,
what I just
Disney
said that you said no wait was since Disney bought.
So since
I said the only good thing to come out of Star Wars since Disney bought it was Rogue One.
Okay, since then, Rogue One. Okay, wait. So what about the two?
Mandalorian's kind of okay. Mandalorian didn't need to be. See, one of Star Wars' problems is it's an intergalactic civil war where we get to meet 9 people.
Hold up, where the fuck did George go?
I don't know. He
He went back to the Papa Smurfs.
No, George, get back in here. I have to get somebody to pay to kick you. I need money. I eat a lot of fucking food. I need money.
Shit, man.
Food's expensive, man.
Get your ass back in here. I need someone to give me $100 to kick you.
Yo. Hey,
Jedi Fallen Order games are good. Okay, did anybody else get stuck for like 5 hours on that snow level?
Yes.
Because the map sucks. Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't just me.
No, it's not. So to me, Disney Star Wars has been a real mixed bag. Obviously, the sequels were fucking garbage. And I'm gonna be real with you, even though there's been some hits or misses since then, I think because they fucked up those movies, I really don't think there's any coming back, any way to come back from this.
Oh my God, bro! Now, not just the movies, but I mean, with the TV shows, bro, it's like the way
Obi-Wan not being able to figure out I can just walk around this gate.
Obi-Wan. Oh my God, they went out of their fucking way to destroy every patriarchal character in that series that I grew up with. Man, it's like, come on, you make Luke Skywalker a bitch, you make what's his name a bitch, fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. You make it like, come on, man. And then you're bigging up Ahsoka, which she's a good character. Yeah, she was. Don't get it twisted. But I mean, shit, Boba Fett didn't really. He was made to be look like a goddamn idiot in his own fucking series.
Boba Fett should have stayed dead,
bro. Oh my God, man.
I mean, if they were going to do this to Boba Fett, he should have just stayed dead.
I was waiting 30 years for Boba Fett, man.
He should have never taken the Patton Oswalt pitch.
Oh my God, man!
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I was waiting for 30 years to them do a Boba Fett series, and they did this shit to him, bro.
Yep,
dude. like the Boba Fett thing was like the ultimate blue ball, man. It was like, holy shit. Like I was expecting this guy to come out and be like really cool, like going to like the underground and stuff, and like see him be a badass in the criminal underbelly of the galaxy, and like the shit was lame.
What, man?
Shit was lame.
It was
I mean, he should have stayed in that fucking pit.
Damn, you know what? There's worse things colder than death, man.
Did you ever see the trailer for Star Wars 1313?
I did.
Are you talking about the 22? And then they got rid of that game?
They canceled it. Yeah.
Yeah. The one that's supposed to go into like the underbelly of Coruscant.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
wondering what that trailer looked good too.
That's what we want. That's what we wanted. They couldn't give that to us.
I thought that Boba Fett series was going to be a reimagining of that original concept. That's what I thought it was going to be. And that didn't happen.
Listening to you guys. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell you something. Disney, every time they get their hands on something that's gritty, like I don't know if you've seen what they did just recently with one of the episodes for, was it season 2 of it was season 1 of Punisher, right? Where the term dark was part of the title. They got rid of the term dark out of the title.
God.
Like that was so fucking petty. Like, bro, why are you doing that to the Punisher of all people?
You know what I've realized with Disney? And I get it. They've been known as a family company for a while. I get that. But they are never going to let this shit get as dark as it could be.
Bro.
Whether it's Marvel, Star Wars, whatever it is. And the thing is, I don't fucking get it. Because Disney got dark a lot in their older shit. I mean,
yes.
I mean, for the love of God.
That shit was dark as fuck.
The Black Cauldron, which... I mean, on the one hand, I'm not surprised that Disney has never picked up that series again, because the Black Cauldron is actually a part of a 5-book series, I believe it is, called the Chronicles of Prydain, which it's actually pretty good. But I'm not surprised Disney hasn't picked it up again. But the fact that no one else has picked it up and adapted it really surprises me.
It wasn't very financially successful for them.
No, that's why I'm saying.
Money on that,
that's why I'm saying I'm not surprised that Disney hasn't adapted it, but I thought somebody else might, because Disney doesn't still own the rights to it, do they?
Who knows? They own the rights to just about everything, don't they? They pretty much have copyrighted our entire pop culture.
I mean, I'm sure they own the rights to that movie, but I'm talking about like the Chronicle of Prydain books that it's based on. Like they don't own the film rights to that, do they?
Do they?
I'd have to look it up. Let me see.
Hell, I'll look it up right now. Hold up.
But
wait a second. I mean, they don't own the rights to was it Snow White? They really don't own the rights to that because right.
It's public domain.
No,
public domain.
That's what's hilarious is Disney made their billions to be able to buy up all of our pop culture on public domain stuff.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. So they do? As of March 2016. Disney acquired the movie rights to the Chronicles of Prydain series of fantasy novels by Lloyd Alexander. The studio plans to adapt the books into a live-action feature film series. Disney executive Sam Dickerman is leading the project, which is still in early development. So they are working on this.
Looks like they optioned all 5 in 71. And they let them the option expire after they did the one film. Well,
apparently they got
and
it.
And then they bought it again. They bought it again, right? Well, who else is going to do it? Nobody else has the bank account to do it.
I mean, Warner Brothers.
The biggest problem with Disney and Star Wars is, let's look at why Disney bought Star Wars.
Greed.
They got together and said, every time we try. Well, no. It is greed, but the real reasoning. This is what they told their investors to justify the $4+ billion they spent for Lucasfilm. Every time we we dominate in the girls' toy space and girls' merchandise with Disney princesses, and anything we put out there, we are the leading product. We can't keep stuff on shelves. Every time we've tried to in recent years make that same kind of success in the boys market for boys toys and boys merchandise, we have failed to have that kind of success.
Then why the
So
fuck?
we're going. So hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done. This is real quick. So we're going to spend $4 billion, for more than $4 billion, so that we can buy our way to that success. We're going to buy Lucasfilm. We're going to buy Marvel for however much they bought Marvel. That's the way they justified it. And then they proceeded to put the people that were in charge of the Disney princesses stuff in charge of it, and they wonder why it fails.
Okay, so then why the fuck are they not marketing this shit to boys? Why are they constantly shitting on all the male characters?
The part where they drop the ball. That's where they dropped the ball. They put the people that were really good at winning over girls and making things for girls, for young girls, and for the Disney princesses line and all that. They, through nepotism, said, we bought this. Now that we bought this product, you that have failed time and time again to be able to be successful in this other half of the market, we'll just hand it to you, and I assume it'll work. Instead of leaving the people at Lucasfilm and stuff that had been successful and in that market in places of power.
Right.
Because they're redundant. And then they wonder why it's failed and why it's gone down the same path it's gone.
So when I was a kid, like obviously, like what appealed to me about like characters like Aladdin, Hercules, Simba, stuff like that was like the brave male hero. What appealed, but I was also interested in the princesses, and the reason why I was interested in the princesses is because I was horny.
Well, yeah,
Jasmine. Well, I mean, they didn't.
I mean, you can't. I wanted to
you
do
can't
the
deny.
Ariel is ridiculous, dude.
Oh, you want to fuck a fish bit?
Remind me, never go to a seafood restaurant.
I don't. I mean,
you can't.
Love seafood.
You can't deny that the films did not have crossover appeal and stuff. I mean, Aladdin was a great film. They won Oscars. They did that well. But whenever they tried to make something that targeted the boys market to compete with like G.I. Joe or, like I said, Marvel or DC, that kind of thing, they failed miserably. All of their attempts at that market failed. So they went to the investors and said, we're going to spend a ton of money and we're going to buy our way into those markets. And where they screwed up is typical corporate America. They got rid of all the middle managers that actually knew those markets, knew what to make, and they handed those reins to people that had failed time and time again in those markets because they were Disney people.
Hold up, Weeb. No, see, what you're not understanding though is that the way you market to boys is different than how you market to girls. It's not like all marketing is created equal. Right. I mean, we know, again, I'm going to go back to the psychological arguments. We know after decades of research, the way that a girl's mind works is fundamentally different than the way that a boy's mind works. And when you're marketing stuff, you have to be aware of the psychology of the boy and the girl in order to know, okay, if we're going to market to girls, we got to market this way. If we're going to market to boys, we got to market that way. That's scientific fucking fact. They take that psychological analysis into consideration, or if they're smart, they take that into consideration when they market shit. Let me be clear about that.
It's like the Lego did the famous Lego study. We sell tons of Legos to boys. Why can't we sell them to girls? Well, let's bring in a bunch of boys and girls to play with our Legos and watch how they play with them. Right. And when boys play with toys, if you give a boy a Batman toy, the boy pretends the toy is Batman. If you give a young girl that same Batman toy, she pretends that Batman is her.
Yeah.
So you can't market that same toy to the same people, or to the same gender. And then it just became, well, that's sexist if you think there's any difference between them, and the woke shit came in. But that was like the early 90s, because Lego went, man, we can't expand anymore. We're dominating this marketplace. How do we grow our market? We've got to figure out how to get girls to buy our toys. Why don't they want to buy them? instead of making a prejudicial, well, if we make them all pink, they'll buy them or whatever. They literally did studies and had children come in and play with their toys, and said, how do they play with them? How do boys play? How do girls play? And they made toys that fit what the girls were looking for, what girls enjoyed.
Weeb.
No, that's not true, Weeb.
I think what Weeb is trying to let me dig into this. Weeb, a good marketing director will recognize what I just said about the psychology of young boys and young girls. They will recognize that, and they will figure out how to market to each demographic. But you can't have like a blanket marketing. I'm going to let people in on a little secret here. You need to know your fucking audience. Okay, you have to know your fucking audience. And if you don't market in the correct way that your audience is used to, or that they're psychologically designed to be appealed to, you're gonna fuck up. You're gonna fuck up, and you can't fight that. That's brain chemistry. You cannot fight against that. That's fucking nature. You're not gonna beat Mother Nature. There's two people in this universe that are undefeated by man: Mother Nature and Father Time. Yeah, but see, they don't care. That's the thing. They think that they can like fight against biology. And
I mean, the case Weeb is making is that everyone is very good and successful at their job. That there's nobody who's mediocre at it.
No, they're propped up by the Disney money. Yo, what's up, TJ? You there?
Uh-oh. He's here, but he's muted, I think.
No,
maybe not. No, he's not. Maybe not muted in the app, but maybe his mic is muted.
Check your mic. All right. Well, TJ works on that. So while TJ works on that, no, I mean this is just this is basic shit. Now, I do think it's starting to improve slightly because I think that they're losing enough money now to where they're like, okay, maybe we need to go back to basics a bit when it comes to this shit. You know, like you're not going to force little boys to like something that little boys don't like. It's just you're fighting against their brain chemistry. It's just not going to work. Boys will be boys. Girls will be girls. It's like fucking deal with it. I'm sorry that the laws of nature contradict your weird, distorted worldview, but it is what it is. Shit, I fucking hate using that phrase because of fucking Eric July. Jesus Christ.
You didn't say it is an extra time. You're fine.
Dude, I posted this on the DM chat.
See, he says it is what it is. It is. You didn't get that extra. It is in there. You're good.
I saw a car that had a fucking "it is what it is" sticker on it, and I was like, this shit's fucking spreading. That's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying.
I got a question for you, JeskerJames.
Go for it.
Would you fuck Melanie Mac on a good day?
No. My daddy taught me a lesson a long time ago. You don't put your dick crazy.
So, okay.
At least not if they have your real name.
Just save yourself a lot of trouble. Do not put your if I have a son one day, that if all he ever learns from me is don't put your dick in crazy, I've succeeded as a father.
Okay. Nah, there's a reason why I'm asking. I'm looking at a picture of this broad right now. It's funny as fuck.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. As mental as she is, I would be scared for my life to have sex with Melanie Mac. Like I'd probably be so terrified I couldn't even get erect. Like I'm not
Bro, I only can imagine how many STDs this bitch has, man.
Oh my god. Renee, proud mom of 4, says, if you don't notice it, you're so cray-cray. I barely watched it, but oh yeah, the Rekieta thing. So here's the thing. When it comes to the whole Star Wars situation, at this point, I don't think and there may be good. Let's be honest. They're going to come out with things that every once in a while we're going to look at and be like, you know what, that's all right. That's pretty good. That's decent. They're going to come out with stuff like that. But is it really going to be enough to undo the damage that was done with the sequel trilogy? Could anything do that?
Yeah, this is how they could undo it. Kathleen Kennedy is no longer in charge. We've got an entire new staff, and we're just going to go do the extended universe novelizations that you guys wanted to see.
But
we're going to pretend none of that existed.
But here's the thing, though, Uncapped, man. Like the person that that was trying to get up in there and try to get these weird, what you guys like to call SJW, weirdo, homosexual motherfuckers that are up in there. They got him up out of there. They got that particular guy that wanted to change all that shit and turn it back to where it used to be. Got him up out of there, out of the board meeting.
You can only greed's really effective. Eventually, they're going to lose enough money at this that investors are going to force them to do something. What I think will actually happen is they'll sell it off.
That's an interesting point. Did you remember the rumors that were going around? God, it's probably been a year and a half, whatever, about Apple buying Disney.
Yeah.
Okay. I did a video back when those rumors started, and I said, guys, Apple is not going to buy Disney because think about everything that Disney includes. It includes the theme parks, the cruise ships, all that stuff.
Right.
I don't think Apple wants to deal with that. That's not the type of company that Apple is. So I don't think they would ever buy Disney as a whole. But I did say there was a possibility they might buy certain IPs or assets from Disney. And the one I used as the example was Star Wars.
I think the DreamWorks content, not DreamWorks, excuse me, the Pixar stuff.
Oh,
no, the Pixar stuff would be. I think that purchase will happen first, just because of the history of jobs.
Wait! You think Apple would buy Pixar?
Yeah, I think they would buy that first and see how that works.
I don't know if Disney would ever let Pixar go.
If they're hurting for enough money,
because Pixar,
I can see Pixar and Apple have a long history.
Do.
That's the other part of that.
They do, but at the same time, Pixar is so intertwined with the Disney brand that I don't see Disney letting that go. Star Wars, Marvel, yeah, they're everybody knows that they're Disney, but you don't think Disney when you look at Marvel or Star Wars. You think Marvel and Star Wars. So I don't think there's as much brand identification with the House of Mouse there. That's why I think it would be easier to let go of Marvel and Star Wars as compared to something like Pixar. Because when I look at Toy Story, I think Disney.
Yeah, but Disney didn't buy Pixar till 2006.
I know, but the zeitgeist, not zeitgeist, the public perception is that, all that stuff is Disney. All right, TJ, try talking now.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Now we can. Yes.
You're good.
That's much better.
Yeah. Great to meet you, Uncapped Turtle.
We can hear you.
Did I watch the One Punch Man? Dude, I've never watched One Punch Man. I've never seen it.
Oh, wait, there's a trailer for it?
Apparently.
I watched the first season and stopped there.
The first season was crazy.
I've never seen it.
Well, if you want to get
you should try it out.
That's a show to watch, man.
I did. Hold up, I just realized something. I did review the One Piece chapter that came out, and I forgot to make it public. Shit. All right, that's going public at 10:30. There we go. Fuck it. That's going public at 10:30. There is an uncensored, unedited version on the Patreon if y'all want to go there and check that out. Just $3 a month. I'm just saying, I'm chilling like George.
$3.
Wait, season 3?
I can't even do the line from the kid in Better Off Dead.
That's a cup of coffee a month, you cheapskates.
Damn inflation.
He's talking about.
No, I mean, there's so much anime I've got to get caught up on.
Yeah, there's a lot of classic ones from like going back from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, man. Like, I want to watch some of those before I watch a lot of the new ones. Like you have to be like Demon Slayer level for me to watch it. Because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even watched none of the Attack on Titan seasons.
Really?
I watched the first season and a half of that. I need to finish it. I really enjoyed it.
People say it's a 9 out of 10.
I know
yeah. Attack on Titan is fucking fantastic.
Is it?
I was keeping up with the manga and everything when it ended.
Oh yeah.
I'm one of those heathens that likes dubs. So as long as it's got decent voice acting, which I know is rare.
So let me ask you guys this: what do you think about this idea? What if they decanonize the sequel trilogy? And because here's the thing, Carrie Fisher's dead, so they can't bring back Leia. They've already screwed the pooch on that, at least in live action. But what if they decanonize the sequel trilogy and they came back with a new episode 7, 8, and 9 with some advisement? I'm not saying directing, but advisement from George Lucas. And they did an animated.
There's no reason they can't recast.
No.
They don't even need to do any of that. Just fast forward way into the future, pretend everything didn't happen.
Exactly.
You start fresh.
So what if they did an animated sequel trilogy?
What if they just did, like I pointed out, one of my frustrations with Star Wars as a Star Wars fan, and I was a Star Wars fanatic. Okay, that was my first love of any kind of fictional anything. It's an intergalactic civil war. Let's see more stories from outside of this family. The main core story was about this family. Oh, and that's wonderful.
I'd go even as far as doing different genres.
I agree.
Action adventure.
I agree with all that. My problem is that because the sequel trilogy was the ending of that core set of films, it just feels like there's a great sin that needs to be cleansed there. You know what I mean?
I completely agree. Just like they, with a stroke of a pen, said the EU doesn't exist.
Yeah,
they could do the same thing with the Disney trilogy.
I just feel like.
Are you talking about the European Union?
No,
the extended universe.
Extended universe. No, the European Union. Henceforth, the European Union will be reorganized as the first European Empire.
Shit, well, not too far off from that.
Not too far off.
Hey, well, to be fair, the Republic was not too far off being the Empire in the prequel trilogies. I mean, and some of the novelizations, they straight up say the Empire was basically, or the Republic was basically an empire in everything except name only.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
But I just feel like there needs to be a proper end to the Skywalker saga that just
I think we have the proper end.
We do. I agree. But now that we have this sequel trilogy, we need another ending that just obliterates that shit, that cleanses the great sin. As Palpatine would say, the great era.
What would that look like, though?
Well, you go 30 years in the future and you don't have another empire that just has slightly more Yahtzee-looking uniforms.
I'm going to have it in the back of my head that shit still happened.
Yeah, come up with a new villain. I'm with Uncapped on this one.
Yeah.
I would get rid of the sequel trilogy. I would say it's an Elseworld story, and I would do an animated sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. If I was in control, that's what I would do. And I would be like, okay, the
other thing is stop making Star Wars TV.
Yeah, their attempts.
Stop making Star Wars TV. Yeah. Star Wars needs to be an event that happens every few years at a theater.
I agree.
Same with Marvel, by the way.
I agree with that.
Disney Plus ruined everything.
I mean, there's some things I think could work in a series format, like the Darth Plagueis novel, because you're covering basically Palpatine's entire apprenticeship from when he was like a teenager all the way to becoming Chancellor. So to do that in a whole movie would be very difficult. That would work better for a series, but overall, I agree with you. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the Pattison cut of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series? Where he cut it into an hour and 45-minute movie.
I am aware of it. I have not seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
I mean, I watched both, and it's so much better. It's so much better when you don't have to fill out 10 hours.
No, but see, what I'm saying is the Plagueis novel takes place over decades.
Right, and you could do stories like that, but part of what made Star Wars special was it was an event we went to as a communal event. We camped out to go to a theater and watch it. Not I'll throw it on the DVR if I get around to it. I'll watch it next Saturday.
Cinema.
I don't know. Yeah. I just want to see an adaptation of that novel because I fucking love that novel. That's my favorite.
Do you really want to? If you love it, do you really want to see their adaptation?
Not their adaptation. A adaptation.
Don't tempt them. Not right now.
Because I mean that shit, like the development of Palpatine in that fucking book, it's just fucking fantastic. Oh my god!
Now
y'all don't even know.
You grew. Hold on. You grew up with the prequels. When was the first time you saw the 4, 5, 6?
I saw them before the prequels.
Okay, so before the prequel.
Yeah, same here.
Were you at all confused about who the Emperor was when you watched the prequels?
Well, when I watched the prequels, no.
You knew exactly who he was the whole time, right?
It was
I've had people that tell me that was a huge shock when he turned out to be the Emperor.
What?
Yes. Man, no, I don't think it was incredibly. It was incredibly obvious.
But you know what to do.
I mean, it was never supposed to be a mystery. Like,
I know. I just wanted to ask. I think part of it is because like you said, there's a difference between people who only watch the prequels and people who, and they glean Star Wars because even if you've never seen Star Wars, you know the story of Star Wars. It's so interwoven into our culture.
Yeah.
I think that you said you'd already seen 4, 5, and 6 by the time the reveal happened to you. So.
Yeah, because my siblings, my older siblings, got me into Star Wars. So like I saw, like, we had 4, 5, and 6 on VHS back in the 90s, and episode 1 was getting ready to come out, and so I wanted to get into Star Wars because I thought the trailer.
I got you.
So I started watching episodes 4, 5, and 6 in order to know, like to get caught up, essentially, pretty much.
Right. I've always wondered what it's like to have watched them in the other order. And so, I mean, that's something I can never experience. So,
well, I mean, I guess it would be like you said, like that would be somebody's Star. I'll admit, like, the prequels are my Star Wars because that's still like the stuff that was coming out brand new in theaters as I was growing up. So right. I got
the toys you got,
right.
That's all of that. That's the marketing you got. That's the culture you came up in, and and that's fine. I was making a throwaway joke about the 83 thing.
Yeah, but see,
honestly, for those of us that grew up with the original 4, 5, 6, we weren't very happy with Jedi.
Wait, you mean Return of the Jedi?
Well, see, that's interesting because Jedi is my favorite.
I thought Return of the Jedi was the best one.
And the reason why, I mean, listen, I understand that it's from an objective standpoint, and I think it needs to be said, like when I say something's my favorite, that's different than what I'm saying is objectively the best. Like objectively, when you look at like the rules of filmmaking, when you look at like how well crafted something is, objectively speaking, The Empire Strikes Back is the best made out of the entire franchise.
Yes,
I don't think
and that's the first time we ever seen it in a movie where the protagonist will actually take a L. In any movie.
But as far as like my favorite, that's more subjective, and my favorite is
I get that.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think if you were, we didn't have. I mean, this was in the days before you had a VCR at the house. Most people didn't even have that. You didn't, and if you wanted, if you did have a VCR, it was $176 in 1980s money to buy Star Wars on videotape.
Well, I don't know.
You may or may not.
I was a.
Well, I'm saying, but
they
what
had
I'm saying,
Betamax at the time, right? Which is cheap.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was not common for people to be able to watch things on demand when they wanted to. So if you started growing up with Star Wars, like I was very young, I don't remember exactly how old I was when I saw the first Star Wars. I know my uncle took me because he was too shy to ask for tickets from the lady that sold tickets because she was female. And that's why I got to see Star Wars at such a young age. But if you grew up with Star Wars, by the time you got to Jedi coming out, you were kind of hitting that age where like, toys are passe. I'm grown up now. I don't play with that stuff. And then they loaded it down with Ewoks and cute stuff. So it was okay, but it was like, I'm a little past this when you watched it. Not to say we hated it, but we were glad that we didn't have more of it. You know what I'm saying? It took a while for us to go, man, I want more Star Wars.
So for me, because of like how close I watched the originals and the prequels together, they got to a point like after Revenge of the Sith came out to where I was able to watch the entire story from episode 1 to episode 6. And when I watched it in that order, to me, I think the prequels enhance episode 6 because that fucking ending, that fucking ending with Vader and Luke and the redemption, and you watch those scenes with the prequels in mind, dude, that hit me hard, and that's when I decided this is my favorite film of the franchise.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna say this.
Phantom Menace. Or what? Not Phantom. What? Attack of the Clones is the second one.
Yes.
Two. Dude, that movie drags in the middle. So if you want to watch it, watch the IMAX cut because they had to cut a reel out for IMAX theaters, and it cuts like 20 minutes out of that film.
Oh yeah, episode 2.
And it makes
episode 2 is but before the sequel. Before the sequels, episode 2 is the weakest film.
Right. And then when 3 came out and that scene where he says, no, it was like straight out of The Simpsons making fun of Star Wars.
I'm going to be honest, dude. As a kid,
I remember
it didn't bother me.
It didn't bother me.
But as somebody older, hold on. As somebody older who grew up with Star Wars, I remember watching people stand up and walk out of the theater when he said no.
Oh
yes,
I've got a story similar to that.
Yes.
Episode 9. So listen, I was in the theater watching episode 9, and this bitch said Rey Skywalker. I'm Rey Skywalker, dude. I wanted to throw my fucking popcorn in the air. Like I was so done. I
can imagine.
They just fucking killed. But I heard actual groans in the movie theater. And then this part was funny. When the credits rolled, one guy started clapping and he realized nobody else was clapping in that theater and he just stopped. And it's like
he was that guy from Not Another Teen Movie. Is this where we do the slow clap?
Yeah, like he thought it was great. And he realized, oh shit, no one else in this fucking theater thinks this is good. It was like,
no, I know that shit is bad. No,
well, I saw 2 people stand up and walk out, and if I hadn't been like in the middle of an aisle and would have disturbed everybody, I was tempted.
Bro, that's kind of the same feeling I had with episode 9. Like when I walked out of that movie theater, the way they shit on Anakin, I was like fuck the Chosen One prophecy. I mean, apparently that didn't mean shit. It's not Anakin's story anymore, even though George Lucas himself said these films are the story of Darth Vader. It's like, well, apparently they're fucking not. Dude, I tell you what, when I walked out of that movie theater, if a car had hit me and ran me over, I probably wouldn't have given a shit at that moment.
Oh, damn.
Like that's how fucking deflated I was. I almost gave up on all of my hopes and dreams in that moment because I was like, the little kid in me that went out and got all the lightsabers and stuff at Walmart and all the toys back in the mid 2000s. That kid just fucking died in that moment. I was like,
which moment are you talking about?
When this bitch said Rey Skywalker, I was fucking done.
Yo, but you know what's so cold is that the dude, what's his name? What's his name? Fucking
Kylo Ren.
Not Kylo Ren. The motherfucker. No, the other dude. What's his name? Finn.
Ben.
Yeah, Finn.
The way they were showing it in the trailers is looked like he was going to be the apprentice, but then when you go into the movie, but
China told them they're not allowed to do that.
That shit was. That was like that. And then
China said, "Make him real small. Make him real small on the poster."
And then they fucking for real. And then they killed off Han Solo. I'm like, I see. You know what? Something told me in the back of my mind. I know where this shit is going.
Well, okay. Now
hold on. I knew.
Yeah.
I knew Han was getting killed off because Harrison Ford didn't want to play Han again.
I saw that coming. and to be fair, like the scene where he dies, it's not a bad scene necessarily. Like if this story was structured in a better way, it wouldn't be a bad death for him.
If they hadn't dropped the ball and let Kylo be if they hadn't let Kylo, if they hadn't tried to make, like they do everything now, every villain is not allowed to be a real villain. They're misunderstood and all this stuff.
Or you know what would have been interesting? You know what would have been interesting? Forget Rey and just make Kylo Ren the main character of the sequels. Like,
that's what should.
That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see those. Remember the trailers for the first sequel, and they had the what were the Knights of whatever and all that.
The Knights of Ren.
We see him for we see him for 3 seconds in a dream sequence. Dude, that's what they gave us. That's what had us all excited, and then they turned him into just the emo.
Imagine if Kylo Ren was the main character of those movies, and in episode 8, he was training with Snoke like how Luke trained with Yoda. Except it was like a dark side version of all that.
You know what's funny, Jesker?
What?
That actually exists, but it's a Japanese kabuki theater thing. I'm not joking. They made a Japanese kabuki version of Star Wars, and they made Kylo Ren the main character of that.
Because I'll be real with you. Kylo Ren, out of all the new characters introduced, Kylo Ren was the most interesting.
Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he definitely was. He was the best character, but
most potential.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say this: that second movie where they shot it was some strange shit where they shot. I don't know if it was it wasn't a Star Destroyer, but it was one of the ships they were flying, and she was the only one that didn't die, and then she was floating in space. That's when I turned that.
Mary Poppins.
Oh my god,
Mary Poppins.
I turned that shit off. I didn't watch none of the other anything after that. I didn't even watch the very next movie, bro.
Dude,
I tried to watch the last one. It took me 3 sittings. I'd say the only one I didn't go see in a theater. It is the worst edited film I have ever seen. It is so ham-fisted in its editing. It's clear that it was edited by committee after the fact. But I mean, just in general, I have never seen a film that was edited as badly as it. And I don't think I've ever even made it to the end of it just because I know what's coming. And I don't regret it.
Bro. When the Leia Mary Poppins thing happened, what Han Solo said in The Force Awakens came to mind. That's not how the Force works. That's not how this shit works.
No.
Like that was the moment I realized, holy shit, Disney has no idea how the Force fucking works. They don't understand the Force. They just think it's fucking superpowers. It's like, dude, the Force is
my time.
Marvel, but in space. Like,
yes,
but then
it's
again,
like,
you have Guardians of the Galaxy to do that.
It's like, fucktards. You need to go back and read what George Lucas said about the Force. It's based on the fucking Tao. It's based on Eastern mysticism. The Force is not fucking superpowers. It's the underlying divine energy of the fucking universe.
Yes, it's the key. It's the what you call the Hadouken. Shit.
Yeah, it's the
I
fucking.
shared
It's the fucking
Kabuki
Tao.
theater I was talking about. You can watch it whenever you want.
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, now hear me out. Right now, the dude Weebo Abu or Weeb. I'm sorry, I misspelled it. Weeb
Abu. Yeah,
he said Gundam does Star Wars better, except for the alien aspects. And I'm gonna tell you something.
He's not wrong.
I'm gonna tell you something. Gundam. I mean, Star Wars has a great story to tell. I think Gundam.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, you good? But I would say this with Star Wars. Star Wars is great. Gundam is better when it comes to storytelling.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What made Star Wars great was not necessarily. It was a very simple story.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the fact that we hadn't seen that done in film the way it was done. It was all the new special effects and all that. I mean, look at some of the other sci-fi that comes out around that time and compare them.
Yeah.
Doom.
Well, it's supposed to be a modern.
No.
It's a modern myth.
You right. I mean, but when you're comparing like visually, the stuff that's it's like that James Cameron Dark Planet and stuff like that, where space is silent and everything moves slow and all that.
Right.
And it wasn't that. It wasn't hard sci-fi. It was a fantasy in space.
Right. Well, I like, so I think you can describe the original trilogy as being a space opera.
Yeah.
The prequels, I would say, are a political drama. And then the sequels are a clusterfuck.
Yes. Well, here's the thing.
But
Did you watch Lost?
The old one, yeah.
I did.
Few episodes.
Yeah, the TV show, the TV series.
I did somewhat back in the day, but I'm not going to say I was ever a hardcore fan. It's been a while.
Okay, but you know there was a massive fan base for it.
Oh, yeah.
And what was the biggest complaint they had when it was done? That this guy doesn't know how to finish stories. And then they hand him the sequels and go, just do whatever you want. And literally he gets away with putting out 2 of them and admitting we don't have an overarching story here. We know we're making 3 movies, but we don't have an idea what's going to, and it's like, what did you think was going to happen?
Well, see, the thing is, like, you're right though, because like each of the trilogies obviously has 3 movies in them, but they're also a trilogy of trilogies. And that last trilogy is the end. It's like the end movie of the entire fucking trilogy.
And and you hired the one guy whose claim to fame is, I fail at writing the ending of things, and hand it to him.
We should have known like that shit was gonna be bad.
Right. I'm like, that's literally his claim to fame. JJ's claim to fame is everything that he touches ends poorly.
So are you saying
great up until they have to wrap it up?
JJ didn't know what to do with the sequel of the.
No, JJ's who hired Ryan.
Well, let me ask you this. What if Rian Johnson was in charge from the beginning? Like, what if he did Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker? Do we think it would have been any better? Or not necessarily better, but would it have been more consistent?
It would have been more cohesive, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, like, killing off Snoke and all that, Ryan explicitly said, well, I knew I needed to subvert expectations And so I painted everybody into a corner for the last movie, and I ruined what they were obviously setting up because I didn't have guidelines on whether I could or couldn't. So I'm gonna go balls to the wall and break things.
Have y'all seen the
That-
the leaks that came out about the original episode 9, Duel of the Fates?
No.
No,
No, I heard about it, but
I've heard it, but I don't know enough detail to recount it myself. Enlighten
So-
us.
honest to God, it's not a perfect film. It doesn't fix all the problems with the previous two, but it would have been a hell of a lot better than The Rise of Skywalker. Essentially, it was going to be so like I think the movie starts off where it actually starts off similar to The Rise of Skywalker, where Kylo's actually going to get Vader's like a holocron in Vader's castle, and like Luke's ghost is with him constantly. Like Luke's ghost, like literally, like when Luke said in episode 8, like "See you around, kid," like he's haunting Kylo Ren. Like he's just constantly hanging out around Kylo Ren, haunting his ass. And that's how the movie starts. But essentially, like you have like the First Order's taking over Coruscant. There was like a public execution that Hux was going to do with Finn, but then like Finn, or was it Finn? It was somebody. There was like a public execution scene that there was going to be, but then like Finn like rallies together like a bunch of people on Coruscant to rebel against the First Order. And I would have kind of brought his character arc full circle because here he is actually, you know, in episode 7, he was wanting to run away from the First Order. Now here he is leading the assault on the First Order. Rey and Kylo were going to go to Mortis from the Clone Wars series, which is like this planet that's like a nexus in the Force. And they were going to discover what balance actually meant. And there was going to be a final battle between Kylo and Rey. And it was basically going to be about like the, you know, deciding like the future of the Force within the galaxy and like what the Jedi were going to be. I mean, it was a lot more philosophical. And I'm thinking to myself, this should have been the tone of the entire fucking sequel trilogy.
Yeah. It's like you're going more
That
in
would
depth
make a lot
about
more-
how the Force works.
Look,
More about
I'm
yin
not.
and
It's
yang,
not.
right?
Right. It's not, and it's not much of a compliment, but it's definitely better than what they gave us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the title actually does call back to episode 1, you know, kind of like
Right.
here's the ending movie. It calls back to the beginning movie by calling it Duel of the Fates. But I think
I'd even
with this-
switch it. You know what I would do? Like when Kylo and Rey, like have evil Rey, and then Kylo have to stop her.
Also, Rey was going to have a double lightsaber, which would have made way more fucking sense. So I think what they were going to do is like, you know, the Skywalker saber was destroyed in episode 8. Instead of rebuilding that, she was going to take the crystal that was in the saber and put it into a dual blade lightsaber.
Damn, where's that movie?
Dude, there's actually, hold up. So there's actually screenshots of this, like leaked concept art. Duel of the Fates concept art. Yeah, like here. Oh shit, that's small as fuck. Hold up. Let me see if I make that bigger. Do that, do that, do that, do that, do that, and boom. And that's still small as fuck.
That's a thumbnail.
And boom. It was
Yeah.
just as disappointing as what Disney actually gave us.
Yeah, no joke.
It's big enough that we can get the idea
okay.
here.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
can see it.
this is concept art of what Kylo and Rey's final duel is going to look like on Mortis. Like there's another image of them on Mortis. But yeah, she's gonna have a dual bladed lightsaber. Oh yeah, here's like
You know what's funny? I bet they were actually. Well, obviously these were concepts anyway. They were
Yeah.
actually planning this until they changed their minds.
oh yeah, this was the original idea.
That's why she had the stick in the first movie, right?
Right.
this
It's like they
is
were hinting
concept-
at it already.
This is concept art of the battle on Coruscant. This is like a scene that was going to have like a 3PO and R2 on Coruscant. This is the execution scene.
Oh, a laser guillotine. That would have been very dark. Disney would have
Yeah.
never let that go. Hold on, I'm drawing up plans right now.
Yeah, there's like some concept art of Leia, what she was supposed to look like.
They needed to let Kylo go full Darth.
Oh yeah, Hux was going to kill himself. So like once the resistance or whatever it's called, once they started to take control of Coruscant, he was going to realize the jig was up and he was just going to kill himself with a lightsaber. There's Luke's ghost haunting Kylo Ren. But I'm not saying it would have been a perfect movie, but it would have been better than what we got.
It would have been a hell of a lot better than what
Definitely.
It would have been a lot better than riding horses across the surface of a Star Destroyer.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, and Palpatine was going to be in it, but he was just going to be like a hologram he was like the holocron that.
Yeah, it made no sense for him to come back.
So the holocron that Kylo was going to get from Vader's castle was going to have like a hologram of Palpatine, explaining something to Vader, like, "Oh, if I ever die, you need to go and do this, that, and the other." Blah 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 blah. And then like the holocron was going to recognize.
Try to be more British.
The holocron was going to recognize that it wasn't talking, like Vader wasn't the one using it, and it was going to explode in Kylo's face and like burn half of his face.
And then he would have to wear the mask.
Yes.
It wouldn't just be cosplay.
Oh, look at that. Somebody even made an action figure of what Rey would have been like in this movie. Yeah, there's like an image of Finn leading the resistance on Coruscant. But
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, we could have got a decent ending that wouldn't have shit all over the legacy of Anakin Skywalker, but
I think one of our mistakes as fans is
this right here.
We forget.
Stark. Yeah, there was going to be a scene where Kylo Ren tortures Chewie.
Damn.
Shoot.
Yeah, like in this script, Kylo was going to go way more villainous.
As everybody knows, one of the rules in show business is always leave them wanting more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as fans, we need to remember sometimes it's okay to still want more and not get it.
Yeah.
Some of these things are better left as they were. Give us new IP. Why does everything have to be some?
You're breaking up.
Thing that they can is this better? I may have to drop out and come back in. I'm talking. I may drop out and come back in.
Well, you're good right now.
You're good right now.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sometimes my internet gets a little wonky. Sorry. What I was saying is sometimes as fans, we need to remember that it's okay for us to want more of something and them not give it to us, and instead give us new IP. Who wanted John Wick when we got John Wick?
I did.
You're not wrong.
Nobody.
Yeah.
But nobody. We had no idea it existed, and then they gave it to us. And it was great.
Well,
so give us a new John Wick thing we didn't ask for.
Well, see, like that. There
has to be those concepts out there.
What I wanted to happen was I wanted them to end the Skywalker story with the sequels. Like, okay, that's done. It's over. The story of that family is finished. And then after that, branch out and do other shit. Like do stuff that's like 100 years in the future, or do old Republic shit, or like I understand.
I legitimately wanted to see the roles reversed. The Republic won and the Empire fell, but for some reason the Republic was still this scrappy little group of renegades running around.
Yeah, like what I think they should have done is I think they should have had like have like the Imperial remnants. Let's not even call it the First Order. Have the Imperial
Right.
remnants, like, you know, working in the criminal underground and stuff. Like they're having to do all this, you know, subterfuge and sabotage, you know, behind the scenes. And, you know, like maybe you could even have a plot about there being some senators that are Imperial sympathizers, and, you know, maybe you got to expose that.
Right.
And that could be like a B plot for Leia, and, you know, like that would have made way more sense. And then it's only in the second, it's only in the second movie, which is supposed to be the darkest of the trilogy, that you actually have like the Imperial remnants actually gain power. But like for that first movie, like they should have been the underdogs. The bad guys should have been the underdogs.
Right. Absolutely.
And I would have only had it at the end of the second movie that they actually, you know, gain like a real victory and like they rise to prominence. And then that sets up for the final movie where you have the clash between the New Republic and the Imperial remnants, who have now gained like this huge power advantage. And then you have like the final battle between them in episode 9. And, you know, we call it a day, folks. It's over.
What was the
But
last?
we'll go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, just real quick. What was the last Star Wars project they did prior to Disney buying them?
Clone Wars?
As far as like on
A bunch of animated movies.
as
Yeah,
far
like-
as
Yeah.
Or
as far as like
shows,
on
yeah.
film or on screen, yes, it would have been the Clone Wars TV series, because that was on Cartoon Network originally.
Mm-hmm. And then,
My favorite is still the 2D animated.
and then the
Clone
last video
Wars,
game. In the last video game was the Knights of the Old Republic, right? That last
No,
one.
I think it
sequel.
was. I think wasn't the Force Awakens 2 the last video game in the Lucas era?
Was it?
I think it was.
Not sure.
He was supposed to be the character, and they retconned that shit because he was supposed to be the character that started the Republic, right?
Dude, if they were smart. Oh no, he started the rebellion.
The Rebellion. Okay, there you
Yeah. Dude, if they were smart, if Disney was smart, they would have brought Starkiller back into canon and actually had him fight Ahsoka, because you would have had the apprentice of Anakin versus the apprentice of Vader. That would have been cool as shit.
go. But they fucking they retcon the good like.
But that wouldn't make the Force female.
Well,
Well, she can win the fight. I'm not saying she has to die. She can win the fucking fight.
No.
but just have
No,
them-
I'm just saying
if I'm choosing between Ahsoka and Starkiller killing that bitch, bro.
I don't know, man. I've got too
I
much
like
emotional
Ahsoka. I mean,
attachment.
she was definitely a great character in that in that series, but let's just
Yeah,
be honest.
I mean, I get you, but at the same time, like I tuned in every Friday to watch that show, so I've got like years dedicated to that character.
Starkiller was pulling down fucking Star Destroyers, man.
Yeah, I don't doubt. He's stronger than Ahsoka. I don't doubt that, but at the same time, I don't want Ahsoka to die. I like her too much.
Do you like the what you call it version of Ahsoka?
What, the live action?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's fine.
What's her name? Damn, what's her name? Keep forgetting her name.
Rosario Dawson.
Yep. Rosario Dawson. But
Yes, she like that. That's how I would picture Ahsoka in live action. But at the same time, like when I think of Ahsoka, the animated character is still what pops into my head.
now wait, so because Rosario Dawson's in her mid to late 40s, so we're saying, so we understand that there was time that elapsed way after the Clone Wars, right? So what is with her race? Wouldn't she have a little bit longer longevity as far as age?
Very slightly. I don't think her species lives. It's pretty close to a human lifespan. Like I think on average it's like 100, 105 years that they can live. So it's not like drastically more than humans.
So
And pretty much all the races in Star Wars except for Yoda and whatever they are, they're supposed to be similar to us.
Yeah.
Just to make
Yoda,
things simple for the viewer.
Yoda was like 900 years when he died.
That's crazy. 900 years.
Yeah, he's that race is the outlier in Star Wars. That and the Wookiee.
And
in part just because it was easy to do. It was easy to do if I need to bring you back for a movie 10 years from now.
Wait, but here's that's kind of crazy because I trained you. I seen you as a young boy or girl, and I'm gonna see you die as my apprentice. Ain't that? And that happens.
Oh yeah,
span of 900 years. That's kind of crazy to think, man.
I mean, what's crazy to think is that Yoda was born only a century after Darth Bane started the Rule of Two.
Really? Wait, so Darth Bane predates Yoda?
Yeah, because the Rule of Two began 1,000 years before the events of the prequels.
Oh.
And Yoda was 900 something in Return of the Jedi. So, yeah, it's about 100 years. So Darth Bane started the Rule of Two before Yoda was even born.
Darth Bane, and then who was it? Darth Plagueis or was it Darth Sidious that was his master?
No. Darth Bane lived. So Darth Bane started the Rule of Two, and then the Rule of Two went on for 1,000 years, with there being a master Sith Lord and an apprentice Sith Lord, and the apprentice would kill the master and become the new master, and then seek out an apprentice of his own, and that was the Rule of Two. There would always just be two Sith, and a master to hold the power, an apprentice to crave it. And that went on for 1,000 years. So each successive generation of Sith in that line was more powerful than the previous, which culminated in Darth Plagueis, who took on Palpatine, named him Sidious, became Palpatine's master, and then Sidious killed Plagueis, and then Sidious was the one that brought Darth Bane's plan of overthrowing the Republic and destroying the Jedi. He brought it to fruition. So Sidious is the culmination of 1,000 years of Bane's line of Sith.
Okay.
He's the end line.
But then they have the easy out for other stories of the Sith are evil and they break the rules, and the Rule of Two wasn't always followed, and all that. You get weird stuff in there too.
They stretched it. I mean, Palpatine technically did not have two apprentices at any one time. He had Darth Maul, and then he thought Darth Maul was dead, so he took on Dooku as his apprentice after that. And then Dooku did have people like Savage Opress or Asajj Ventress, but they were never considered true Sith. They were Sith assassins.
Right.
They were never really Sith lords. And then, of course,
Dooku
adjacent. Died. Yeah, Dooku died, and then Palpatine took on Anakin. So technically, Palpatine never had more than one apprentice, but he did stretch it.
But that's how they justify some of the stories in some of the old Republic games and stuff.
Yeah, which, by the way,
the Sith don't follow laws. No, so of course we can get away with having there was another one here. I mean, they always had an easy out with that if they wanted to write stories for that period.
That's true, but at the same time, and I didn't like this in the extended universe. I think that when Anakin kills Sidious, like, that should be the end of the Sith.
Yeah, I agree. And then maybe a new enemy comes up. You know, either a different order or a different kind of enemy.
Yes, you can have a different group of dark side users, but I wouldn't have them be Sith. You could even have Sith pretenders, but they're not really Sith. Or you
could have. Wait, you know what's even simpler? People that think that they're being ruled over by these evil people that control this magic. And they're going to wipe them out without using that because they're going to get out from under their thumb.
Yeah, that, or bring in something like the Yuzon Vong or Abeloth or something like that.
Well, let me say that though, right on this point. Did anybody play Star Wars Jedi, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now the premise to
Jedi Academy was awesome.
Oh, of course. I would. That's a game that they should remaster where you can create your own Jedi and shit.
Yes.
And then
Multiplayer in that was crazy.
Oh, that shit was fun. I ain't gonna lie. But see, the premise with that is that should happen 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi. So what you should do is, well, what they should have done was use a storyline with that and have that maybe be like a TV series of Jedi Academy. That so you can have like maybe have like 3 or 4 different characters that you follow. And then maybe, like go somewhere from that with that direction and maybe have what they call the Reborn. Remember the Reborn in that series? They're Dark Force users, but they're not of that order. What is it? What's the
Sith?
The Sith,
right?
Order.
Yeah.
That's what they should. Honestly, that's the direction they should have went with.
Yeah, I agree. Like once Anakin kills Palpatine,
You want to know part of why they didn't?
Because it's what people are used to.
Because it's because I can't claim that I came up with that. It's hubris.
That's such a fucking egotistical move, though.
It is. I don't disagree. You are correct. But that's why. That's why. Oh, we can't do that.
I mean, yeah.
Then we got to send a royalty check to Joe Blow that wrote that in the video game. Then I got to be DC sending Ethan a check, even though I fired him.
Oh, yeah.
That's. I mean, you're right. You're not wrong. That's. Man, I fucking hate how corporations hold back creativity. That shit pisses me off.
Yeah,
dude. Copyright should exist for 17 years.
Why 17? That's a specific number.
That's what it originally in the U.S. Originally in U.S. copyright law, copyright existed for 17 years, and the reason why was because my opinion is they in the early 1800s it was extended to life of the author. Then there was, I can't remember the international agreement, and now it's life of the author plus 75 years. And when the author is a corporation and it was done as a work for hire, what's the life of the author? Who knows?
Yeah,
no. But,
well, see, the
purpose of copyright explicitly was to encourage the creation of more art. So we're going to grant, we acknowledge as a government that monopolies are bad, but we're going to grant you a temporary monopoly to financially benefit from your creation and make it important for you to share with everybody else, so that you've got 20 years to make money. So 17 was the original. You've got 20 years to make money off this. And at that point, it becomes all of ours. It becomes part of the public domain. And other people can expand on your idea.
I don't know about the 17-year thing, but I do like the idea of it. Not necessarily the author.
A generation.
Let's say the life of the creator. And it would be the original creator, the actual person that originally came up with the story. So like when as long as George Lucas lives, like it can be copyrighted to George Lucas. But as soon as George Lucas becomes one with the Force, then it becomes public domain. I do like that on a
one with the Force.
Yeah, I do kind of like that idea. But
there's nothing stopping George Lucas from making more Star Wars once it becomes public domain. At that point, he makes George Lucas's Star Wars, and that carries weight.
When's it going to become?
No. If I can have Uncapped Turtles Star Wars, and George Lucas is making George Lucas's Star Wars, which one are you more likely to purchase?
Yeah. I mean, no offense, but George Lucas, yeah.
I'm gonna go cry now, but hoping that would be my one time that you. No, yeah, that's the point. See, it doesn't take away from the original artist's ability to create more content, but 17 years. I mean, that's a generation. That's where that's an entire cycle of pop culture.
I thought a generation.
So,
wait, I thought a generation was 25 years.
The reason that I'm using 17 because that's what the original law was. Okay, I mean, from the time that's elementary school through all of high school and college. So that forms a group's or a segment of our society's worldview.
Yeah,
but this stuff's locked away. Like right now, we're just now getting the first public domain audio recordings. Like last year was the first time a audio recording that wasn't intentionally placed in the public domain by the artist entered the public domain. So, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think you cannot meet somebody that's of age in this country, even if they've never seen Star Wars. I bet they can tell you the basics of the story. It's that ingrained in our culture, but it's locked up in one location. And they can shut you down if you make fan art of it.
No,
and I don't see how that encourages the creation of new content, which is the only reason that we grant under our system of laws a temporary monopoly on something on a IP.
I think
to encourage more creation.
I think the problem is you're always, as long as we have a corporate system in place, you're always going to have a conflict between creativity and corporate interests.
Oh yeah, I mean, they used to call right. Well, like 1970, right? Like the copyright extensions that happened in 76 were called the Mickey Mouse Protection Act, because every time in the US that Mickey Mouse was about to enter the public domain, they would pass a 25-year extension.
Because see, I've always wondered, like, how many projects, how many things did not get off the ground just because a corporation blocked it,
or because legal said this is too close to this other thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
That really pisses me off, because
this is too culturally insensitive.
There's so many untold stories because of that.
Yeah,
that pisses me off.
I don't know if they're going to be able to keep it up with AI and we're. I mean, look at where we've come in 3 years with AI.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I know Extra Hero gives me shit because I actually like AI. Again, it's about how you use it. It's about how it's used. I know there's some issues we got to work out with it. We're in the early stages of it, but one reason I do support AI is because it gives the middle finger to these corporations. It's like, hey, fuck you. Like, now we have the tools to do this shit on our own.
Yep. I told
everything's a dual-edged sword.
Imagine the fan movies that will come out.
Yeah.
If AI becomes good enough for people to use VFX with it, just imagine.
It creates a new.
I mean, look what's happened. Look what's happened just with the rise of prosumer camera gear and After Effects being able to run on a desktop computer that the average person can afford.
Yeah, or like,
I mean, there's better animation being churned out in kids' bedrooms right now than the first Toy Story, which took a warehouse full of computers.
Or look,
and it's been 20 years.
Look for example at gaming. Like you can use Unreal Engine on your computer and create a game.
Right. You can use Unreal Engine right now on your computer and make some really good movies.
Lots of indie games out there.
Dog, I have Unreal Engine on my computer right now. Okay, so I have the tools to where I can create something beautiful, something gorgeous, something illegal, and that's 90% of all countries.
Something
that's
legal.
The same. Right. but hold on. Here's what's interesting there. you have the same tools that they're using.
Yep.
That was not the case. I mean, when Toy Story 1 was made, as groundbreaking as it was, they built custom SGI machines for that, and
Yep.
they had to write custom render pipelines and everything. And now you and Pixar are using the same piece of software.
Yep. And that's real. I mean, that's really how it should be. I mean, like,
right, but that's what I'm saying. They're not going to be able to keep up with that.
No, they're not. And that's I love it. That's a good thing. I love it. Like,
you got a super chat from Boxing.
Boxing historian Kick George. Oh wait, damn it! Where the fuck is Michael at? Michael gave me $100 to kick Tony. I was like, well, damn. Sorry, Tony, you're my boy, but you gotta go.
Oh,
That's $100.
You got to go.
That's $100 fucking dollars, dog. I gotta give the people what they want. No, man.
Every man has his price. Your price is $2.
That's right.
But I mean, well, all I'm saying is, I think that we're about to see a golden age of a ton of crap. But there's gonna be gems in that.
Yep.
There's gonna be gems in that. I mean, look at the 90s when the indie movie guys like Kevin Smith figured out they could make a movie for $30,000.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Look what it did to Hollywood.
The way I see it, like how in a lot of mythologies it starts out with like a primordial state of chaos, and then a god comes and like brings order to it and stuff. Like we're about to enter the primordial state of chaos of the entertainment industry. But out of that chaos will come some real gems. Like there's going to be a lot of shit, but there's going to come some real gems, and that's what's going to revolutionize things. Is when that's
there are illiterate warehouse managers right now making millions of dollars making
Yes,
comic
there are.
books.
Yes, there are.
They're part of the primordial chaos.
And sometimes I think, should I just put out some schlock and just see what the fuck happens?
Well,
I might wake up the next morning and be a fucking millionaire, and then it's like, well, shit.
But you do have to look in the mirror.
But you know what? But you gotta look at it this way, though, right? I mean, this has been a war that's been brewing since this, really since mainstream has been going far left. Going into the way of utter stupidity, right?
Yeah,
it has been the war between the independent, creators of whatever field and content that they're doing, right?
Yeah.
Versus the machine, and right now, what they're realizing with the YouTube thing, over the last decade and other things as well, is that people are kind of tired of their bullshit, and they can just go up and create their own little thing and do their own. Because I was looking at some of the, like this one content creator, he did something, and he did it out of his own pockets, dealing with this animation. I'm like, damn, bro, get some of these guys to take whatever we grew up we love to watch and read, and let them create, because they obviously have better ideas. They have better scope. They have a better scope of things, and of course, they're not like these weird fucking organizations. Every organization says we don't like what came before. We don't understand this. Like, this shit is fucking. It's like an agenda. They really don't like you. They want to destroy everything that you grew up with.
Well, I could reframe it in a different way, though, and that is like if you look like for a long period of time, like these companies were putting out some good shit. I mean, Disney in the 90s was on fucking fire, dog. I mean, there's a reason it's called the Disney Renaissance, and what it is, like, we got so used to how good a quality this stuff was coming from these corporations, and it was good stuff. But at a certain point, the quality dipped. We realized these guys hated us. And when that happened, it was almost like the rose-colored glasses got taken off. And that like our innocence died at a certain point. Like we realized that, these companies, they don't actually love us.
You can't underestimate also that part of what they're doing with this subverting expectations is they get off on destroying that thing you loved.
Yeah.
Like that is a big part of, oh, I get to finally be in charge of this property. I can ruin it because I always hated this.
They hate culture. They hate culture.
Mm-hmm.
They hate it. I mean, they look at, I mean, you can notice this too, like even in like a lot of architects that have that same mindset, their stuff is bland and it's dead. I mean, it is fucking terrible. There's no life to it.
Minimalism and utilitarianism.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at the stuff that was built in the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Compared to what was built in Russia.
Yep.
You know?
It's
so let's build giant square blocks everywhere.
Yeah, it's fucking stagnant.
Right.
And the thing is, when it comes to these stories, like they're supposed to appeal to the human soul, and these things are soulless, so they have no appeal whatsoever. That's why people are rejecting it.
Right. Well, I mean, what? I don't want to go watch a movie and get preached to for 2 hours about how everything there is no good and bad. I was talking to somebody the other day, and do you remember the famous Vince McMahon promo in 1997 about the end of the introducing the Attitude Era?
Yeah.
The day of the good guy versus the bad guy is passe, and we are going to tell more adult stories and nuanced things, and there may be shades of gray and all that. And I think we've taken that that concept in all media as far as we can, and people are actually going, no, I want to see the good guy kick the bad guy's ass again.
Yeah.
I want to see a show where there's a clear good guy and a clear bad guy, and the good guy wins.
Well, dude, it's like when Vader tossed Palpatine down that generator. That was so fucking cathartic. It's like, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck you. Like, we loved it, man. Like, it felt good to see evil get its comeuppance.
Right.
Yeah. For a second, you sound like a Star Wars girl, man.
Me?
No, JeskerJames.
Wait, why?
Oh, Jesker.
You said, fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Better go pee on a stick.
my bad. That's no, because that line sounded exactly like her, but no,
no, the same thing. Like when Scar got eaten by the hyenas, I was like, yeah, fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
That was justice being served. And look, it's like this, right? That shades of gray, like you were referencing Uncapped Turtle. Now let's deal with that, because it's not like those stories weren't being presented in the 70s with Claremont's version of the X-Men, right? When he turned Magneto into more of a Malcolm X or whatever the fuck type of figure they were going for. I don't know if it was an Israeli person or if it was Malcolm X, but we understand what they were going, what route they were going with.
Right.
But with him, or even when we deal with certain villains that have a troubled past and there's more to their characters, and we saw a better version of those stories during the 90s, where there's more to this than just good versus evil. It's not just
right.
It's not just plain. It's not just plain like that.
Well, see, I think one of the differences is that when somebody like Magneto, like when they did go that direction with the character, it was like, listen, you can understand where Magneto is coming from. You can even empathize with Magneto. Like you can look at what he's doing and be like, yes, I see how you came to the conclusion you did. But there still is the acknowledgement that regardless, the conclusion you've come to is still fucking evil. And you need to be stopped. But whereas now,
in order to redeem Magneto, we had to have a bigger villain.
Yeah.
Well,
whereas now they want us to sympathize the villain and say, no, the villain's right. No. The villain's never right. That's the difference. Like, you can feel bad for the villain, but still say, no, you need to be stopped.
They're like wrestling heels. That's the way they used to be back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I wrestling is the most American form of entertainment that exists. It's the only real form of theater that was created in the U.S. and spread out from here. Everything else was imported.
Well, would you say that about American football, though?
No, well, I said
more
theater.
Wrestling than football. Yeah,
because
the wrestling has theater.
I work and I have some insider. That's what the industry I've worked in for the past 20 years. So I have some, I've got some insider information on it, so I have a viewpoint on it. But yeah, pro wrestling came from the U.S. It started in the 1800s. It spread out everywhere else. It's literally the only form of theater that started in the U.S.
Yeah.
And there's just some simple rules that worked for almost 100 years of clear bad guy, clear good guy. Anybody could go in, and it's simple stories. Anybody could go in without seeing stuff beforehand. And by the time they left at the end of the night, everybody that was in that building knew who the good guy was. Everybody knew who the bad guy was. The good guy might win some, the bad guy might win some, but it was clear who you were supposed to be rooting for, and the audience was in on that. And there was a point where in the mid 80s we got what was called the cool heel, and the industry had trouble dealing with that, and part of it was because of the expansion to cable television and stuff. And the cool heel was a problem because heels don't sell merch, and people started showing up with signs promoting the heels. And in the industry, that was actually very difficult for them to figure out how do they work around it. So, for example, heels don't sell merch because they're the bad guy. Nobody wants to wear the bad guy's shirt and stuff. So the heel, right? So like in up until the early 80s, if you were the baby face, you went and had your match with the heel. You went and signed your autographs and sold your pictures and sold your t-shirts, and you gave half of that money to the heel at the end of the night because he couldn't do that. He was the bad guy. That was a tip basically. And that was I can't remember the jargon name for it, but that was normal. Well, in the 80s, toward the later half of the 80s, people started to go, I like this Ric Flair guy. I like this bad guy. I like this, he's cool. And there was some adjustment there. And I think all of our media kind of did that. If you look at the media from the early 90s through like 97 is when it peaks. We had a lot of our media went.
Yeah.
Right. 90s comics as well. We had a lot of our media that went, okay, these stories, we've told them. We're running out of things to tell. How can we expand this? Oh, okay. What if we for this stuff? And I think that kind of peaked in 97. And you see it in our movies and stuff. Then we have the events of 2001, which we have then a couple years of let's all come together, rah type media. And after that, I think people tried to capture that moment from the mid 90s and overdid it. And all of our culture kind of went, or all of our pop culture stuff kind of went in this, well, there isn't a real good guy and there isn't a real bad guy. And the expansion of social media impacted that as well, because the guy that played the bad guy in a movie had the same problem that the bad guy wrestler did. He couldn't merchandise that because people, if you did your job well, people hated you. And so like the guys that played villains, right? But the guy that played Jaws, for example, in the 007 movies, he couldn't go out and sell T-shirts and stuff because people hated him. He was the bad guy. Well, as we got into the early 2000s and stuff, and then we have the rise of social media, now we've taken that curtain away from our entertainers. And just random Joes can have conversations with them at any time. And so I think part of what's going to take what it's going to take for us to get back to media that is timeless is going to be people willing to take it on the chin and take the hit in the pocketbook to actually be real villains. I can't remember the last time. I'll be honest with you. When I read Wreck Planet, that's the first time in a long time that I consumed media where I went, "Wow, there's absolutely nothing redeeming about the villain in this book."
Sometimes you just need a Dark Lord.
Right.
Sometimes that's all you need is a Dark Lord.
True.
It's one of the reasons why I like fucking Palpatine. I mean, I don't like to fuck Palpatine. That's disgusting. I mean, it's one of the reasons that I like. It's one
unlimited power.
Ew.
Yo.
It's one of the reasons why I like Palpatine. I like Sauron. Like you just sometimes sometimes you just need a Dark Lord, and that's it. And people want to say, well, where's the moral nuance? Okay, we have other type of character archetypes for that. It's called the fucking anti-hero, and there's even an anti-villain that exists.
Oh my!
Don't we call them in wrestling?
Oh,
tweeners.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what a tweener is?
Like Venom.
Is it like a twink?
No, in between.
No, in between.
They're in between. Tween.
Tweeners. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, right. I got you. But do you know what a tweener really was? Was somebody who was a bad at their job at being a heel.
Oh my god!
You're not able.
Wait, what's Logan Paul right now? What's Logan Paul right now?
He's a fag, is what he is. Okay.
Damn. You don't have a.
You know who else? And you know who else is a fag? You know who else is too?
Yeah.
You know who else is too? Hey, Jesker, you know that super chat I sent you, right? That'll be the last of you'll be seeing a boxing story in 206 on YouTube, unless YouTube changed their mind. That Melanie Mac bitch flagged my video, man, and gave me my third strike on my channel.
What the fuck?
What the?
What did she flag you for?
I'm 100% sure she flagged me. So the video, I did a video because it was a video that it was a post that this dude said, man.
Hold up. I'm gonna help you out. I got Melanie Mac over here in the bedroom. Hold on a second. Hey bitch. Why'd you flag my friend for, bitch? Get your ass back here, bitch.
Yo. Hey,
don't tempt her to flag.
Full circle. What drugs is she on to have those eyes that wide open?
God damn, man.
Melanie,
Motherfuckers are soft, man. So
soft as baby shit.
You know what? I'll send you the picture, and I did a video on this shit. And as soon as that video got uploaded, that shit got flagged down almost immediately for cyberbullying.
Oh my god.
Oh, please. Cyberbullying doesn't exist. You have an off button.
I can't
Eric
even.
July started this.
Damn, I can't even post. Oh yeah, because my channel's okay. There you go. That's why.
Fuck you, Melanie Mac. See, guys, what did I say? Don't put your dick in crazy. Don't put your dick in crazy.
Oh man,
he didn't even get to enjoy that part of it.
I know. Like he didn't even get to smash. Well, actually, that may be a fortunate thing. I don't know what kind of STD she has. So
damn. So I gotta appeal this, and I have to wait 2 days to see if they could at least knock down one strike so I can keep my shit up. But okay.
Melanie Mac be sitting there. Melanie Mac be sitting there like, I'm gonna pray the AIDS away. All right, you do that, bitch. Have fun.
Oh shit!
You heading over to the green R place that we can't say?
The green R.
You don't say it.
Don't yet.
Rewind. The rewind?
No, there's another place that operates a similar service to YouTube that has a green logo and starts with an R.
You mean
it might be a good place for somebody to talk about boxing. Because there was like the Rumble in the Jungle and stuff.
Oh, somebody's box was green. That's for sure. Somebody's box was green. That's for sure. It's all good. You know why? Because if I don't get my channel back, what I'm gonna do is I'm out to raid a couple channels.
Oh damn!
Uh-oh. Are you gonna pull up?
Oh, I might, but this is a female.
Another Riley.
This is a female. Now, if this is one of these dudes, see, I could go up in that place and they wouldn't know who I was until I reveal myself.
See. If there's like 2008 boxing historian, he'd go up in there and dance like a motherfucker.
So on the last stream, I was talking with Extra Hero, and we had this crazy ass theory. The reason that 2008 Eric July and 2024 Eric July act so different is because the current Eric July is actually a clone of 2008 Eric July. Like he's not the original Eric.
See, it's like the real Clone Wars, man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like this Eric,
they replaced him.
Like the actual Eric July is being kept in the warehouse so they can continue to siphon his DNA. Like we have to break into the warehouse.
They have to every 3 days they shave his shoulder hair and glue it to the clone.
Like we're gonna find out like 2008 Eric, like the original Eric July, is like actually a sensible, sane person. Like we're gonna have to save him, man. Like we have to save him from the Saskas.
So you're saying Eric July is like the Hulk? He has multiple personas.
You wouldn't like me when I'm wealthy.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
No, I want to get back to what we were talking about. Like villains and stuff. I was mentioning before, like
speaking of villains. Somebody just struck a channel, man. That's villainous. Villainous behavior.
Yeah,
Melanie, for a good villain, yeah.
Melanie Mac needs to be tossed down a generator by a dude in a black coat. I'm just saying.
Oh shit.
On film.
Yes.
And land on a very soft pad off camera.
Yeah.
And then we can draw lightning bolts on it afterwards, because it shouldn't happen for real. That'd be crazy.
And then we'll put at the end of the clip, no crazies were harmed in the making of this video.
Damn, I've had that channel for 13 years, man.
Damn, fuck this bitch, man. that right there's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Soft as baby shit. That's all I'm saying.
I'll be so glad when Melanie Mac becomes fucking irrelevant. I do not like
it's coming soon, don't worry.
Is anybody else really creeped out when she's on camera with those wide eyes?
Yes,
man. She looked like a crack whore, man.
Like y'all think I'm joking, man, but if I was in a bedroom with her, like I would be terrified.
You better be terrified for your rod, man.
Her eyes might glow in the dark.
She might come for your she might be coming for your channel right now.
Oh God. No, going back to villains besides Melanie Mac, I was talking about anti-villains. Like if you want a villain that you can somewhat sympathize with, that's what Vader was for, not Palpatine.
Okay, I got one for you. Yeah. Megatron.
Depends on the continuity.
Your villain.
It depends on the continuity.
Okay, so in the comics, he tried to start a revolution against the Autobots, who were originally a wicked republic or council trying to start a new world order on their planet. And he was leading a freedom fighter.
Ballpark when was that storyline coming out?
Really?
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the I'm older than you.
I know. I don't know when the
is that gonna be midnight? Is that probably mid-90s?
No, it's 2010s.
Okay, so it's even newer.
But
so part of what I was saying about they tried to recapture that vibe.
So here's the thing. Even in a situation like that, you can sympathize or empathize with Megatron, feel bad for Megatron, understand where Megatron's coming from, but still say, no, you're still evil for doing what you're doing. Like, this is still wrong, and you have to be stopped. It's like, listen, it's kind of like that scene from Avatar: The Last Airbender when Zuko was talking to Iroh, and he was like, I know you're going to say that she's my sister, and we should try to get along. And Iroh was like, no, she's crazy, and she needs to be taken down. I mean, you can.
I don't disagree.
You can understand where a villain's coming from, and yet still say, "No, you're still fucking evil."
Well, see, like your example of Magneto earlier. In order for them to pull off making Magneto a member of the X-Men, there had to be a bigger threat than Magneto.
Yeah. Or he had to be trying to honor Charles.
No, in the comics. No, in the comics, there was a bigger threat. There was Nimrod and the new Sentinels and all that, and that was the bigger threat. So they could overlook the fact that they had all this bad blood because, the enemy of my enemy is my friend and stuff. And then it wasn't like, oh, okay, well, you're a good guy now, let's go fight. There was years of, I don't know if I trust this guy. And all this, but it was natural development and progression, where we took a character that was one-dimensional, we made them three-dimensional, and to this day we still have, but you did all that bad stuff, you know what I mean? So
people will still look at him sideways,
and we really did, we overdid. Right, we really overdid the anti-hero in the 90s.
Oh yeah.
Well, the 90s and 2000s, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and I like I said, I think people are getting to the point. There's a reason Reacher did so well. There's a reason John Wick did so well. Without coming out and saying it, they went, you know what? We're gonna have clear good guy and clear bad guy.
Well, also too, like people forget, like the anti-hero traditionally was not like the central character. Usually like you'd have like a central character that was like the hero, and then the anti-hero would usually be the rival to the hero,
or the partner that goes rogue and does the thing that needed to be done that the hero would never do.
Yeah.
And then there was the fallout from that happening. But yeah, I mean, you're right there.
The X-Men.
Yeah, that's why Wolverine. Yeah. He was good at one thing. What he was good at wasn't very pretty. But that's exactly it. There was that tension there because we know when the chips are down, we might have to let him do that thing we don't really want to let him do.
And also, it created a lot of deep content because usually you'd have like the ideologies of the hero and the anti-hero. They would clash and they'd get into these arguments and stuff. And, it was always one of those things where it's like, well, this really makes me think, like it, back when stories actually made their audiences try and think instead of just sitting there being brain dead and watching, they actually made them think. Like that was interesting.
Well, what's one of the big differences in American media and Japanese media that I'm sure you guys enjoy? You're not always spoon-fed who you were supposed to cheer for.
Right.
Sometimes, some of the best and the most timeless stories out of their culture, there is no clear good guy and bad guy.
Right.
There is no clear protagonist and antagonist, and it's left kind of at the end, at the end of the story, you don't know who really won. You know what I mean? What did the good guys win or the bad guys win?
Well, see,
versus
I think Naruto and Sasuke were kind of like that because on the one hand, I'm like, Naruto's really idealistic and stuff, and like his intentions are good, but at the same time, how realistic is this? Like what he wants to do for the world? And then you have Sasuke, who is more down to earth, but at the same time, it's like, dude, like your reasoning for why you want to do what you do is spot on, but what you want to do is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, you're coming to the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, like his whole clan got wiped out, and yes, it was because of the politics of the village that caused it. But his solution is, well, I'm going to burn down the whole fucking village, and it's like, no, you have every right to be pissed off as like the leaders and the higher ups of the village and everything like that. That's fine. And honestly, if you want to drag those bitch ass elders out of their fucking office and hang their corpse up, from the top of the Hokage mountain, go for it. I don't, fuck those guys. But you're talking about taking out an entire village full of innocent people that, they had no idea there was even this whole coup against your clan. Like they had no idea this shit was going on. That's fucked up. You can't be doing that.
Well, they've had that tradition since Goku and Vegeta.
Yeah.
Like the goody two shoes good guy, and he always has to have that, that rascal sidekick who's always causing problems.
Okay, yes. Gara is an anti-hero. Like Gara's past is fucked up. Orochimaru though? Nah, man. Nah.
I know what some of these words mean.
Nah, Orochimaru, like it's hard to sympathize with Orochimaru. Like this dude was taking over people's bodies and like doing all these like batshit crazy experiments. Nah, man. I know Orochimaru's in Boruto. They shouldn't have brought him back to life. Orochimaru should have stayed dead. That's my opinion. I don't like what they did with him after he came back. I think it's stupid. I think he should have stayed dead. He was the evil snake dude. That's what he should have been. I'm sorry. I'm assuming y'all haven't seen a lot of Naruto.
No, I remember I'm older than you. I wasn't I wasn't immersed in this stuff.
He's still on Naruto's side of Boruto. That's what I'm basing it on. I know he's on Naruto's side in Boruto. What I'm saying is I just don't like how that was written.
Well, what did I just say about one of the things that differs in their media and ours is you're able to have this conversation right now.
I mean,
they didn't spoon feed it to you at the end.
Yeah, but Orochimaru was experimenting on kids, so
all I know is we can all agree that every one of the Transformers and Transformers 1 is evil, right?
What, the movie?
Yeah, the one that's coming out this summer.
Oh, shoot! I dropped off the Transformer movies a long time ago.
Oh, you've seen the trailer for the one that's upcoming, right?
Nope.
Where they're all kids, they're all teenagers.
No, wait. The Transformers are teenagers.
Yeah. They're hurting your expectations again.
I don't need to see Optimus Prime go through fucking puberty. Fuck. I didn't even know robots could go through puberty.
This is it's gonna be gonna be a thing.
Hey. Anti-hero
an anime
seems to get thrown around too much, usually just being a dark hero. Rarely are they actually going back and forth. Oh yeah, well, yeah, like some people...
a dark hero and an anti-hero doesn't mean he goes back and forth. It means an anti-hero does non-heroic things to achieve his goals.
Well, I think what he's talking about is the aesthetic. Like, oh, they're like a darker, edgier doppelganger of the hero. And it's like, that's not really an anti-hero. That's just, just like a reskinned version of the hero. Sometimes they're just
an asshole.
Yeah.
Right.
An anti-hero usually, yeah.
Well, what I was going to say, an anti-hero is, the way I would define it, is so Captain America, Batman, I don't kill. Captain America, the Boy Scout. There's things they will not do, even if it means losing. versus an anti-hero who will go ahead and do the non-heroic thing or the thing that the hero won't do in order to make sure that they win.
Yeah.
You know, Wolverine's not going to pull a punch if it means he's going to have to kill somebody and have that on his soul. He's going to fight dirty. He's going to do very non-heroic things to make sure that his side comes out on top. But you don't question, is he a hero? Is he on the good guy's side? That's if that's what you mean by a dark hero. I would think dark hero and anti-hero are kind of the same.
Yeah, I just thought he was talking about more from an aesthetic standpoint instead of a philosophical standpoint, or an ideological standpoint, rather.
Right.
I could have been wrong about that.
There's a bit of the what's it called? The kind of hero you see in the westerns.
Yeah.
Where they do everything they do, but with regret. They always regret that they're forced to do it. That's also a thing.
Chris is asking, is Magneto an anti-villain? I would say no. And that's mainly because you can look at what his end goal is, which is to ultimately to genocide the human race. And no, like that makes
or at least subjugate them.
Yeah. That makes him a villain. That makes him a straight up villain. Now, if it was something like, okay, Charles Xavier wants to coexist with humans, but Magneto wants to create some kind of segregation where mutants are over here, humans are over there, like that, then you could maybe say that he's an anti-villain. And at times he has done that, but usually when he does that, it's usually part of a bigger scheme to subjugate or destroy humanity.
And I think it's difficult when you're talking about somebody like Magneto that has more than 50 years of history for us to go through. At some point, they had to flesh him out to be more interesting, so he could sell books. If you're going to keep him around, we've already told every story we can think of where he's a jerk. So let's try and make him sympathetic. Let's add some other extra. At that point, right? Yeah, at that point, he's not necessarily the same character. He's a villain that had character growth like a hero should.
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker doesn't start out as the stoic Jedi who's restarting the Order. He's the whiny farm boy that wants to go on an adventure.
I was going to go into Tashi Station to pick up more power converters.
Who's that hot girl? She's almost as sexy as my sister. It really should be a product of today's age, shouldn't it?
Oh my god, dude! That reminds me of the robot. That reminds me of the Robot Chicken skit where they had
I know
Obi-Wan and Yoda singing, and then they were sung a song called From a Certain Point of View, and then Luke was like, "Well, can you at least tell me if Leia is my sister or not? Because we kind of made out," and they were like, "Oh, yes, sorry, she's totally sister. She's totally your sister." And then Yoda's like, "My bad, that was."
Yeah, but what I mean, at some point when you have a long-standing character like that, if you're going to keep them around, you've got to change them up, or they're going to get boring. I don't necessarily see that the same as every one of the MCU villains in the last few movies has been sympathetic. I mean, Thanos essentially was presented as a sympathetic character that made some, he made choices that we can question, but no, that's not that's not what he needs to be evil.
That's not how he was in the comics. He literally did what he did to impress a girl.
And which girl? A very particular girl.
Yeah, it was death. It was literally death itself.
Death itself.
Fun fact: Thanos is like an abbreviation of Thanatos, the Greek god of death.
Yeah. The dude was literally trying to get into Death's pants like that. That's not very sympathetic.
Clip it.
Ugh.
Getting into Death's pants. That's what you should title the episode.
Getting. He was trying to. Thanos is trying to bang the Grim Reaper.
A hell of an album title right there, brother.
Pretty much.
Yeah, instead of Fear the Reaper, it's Bang the Reaper.
Let me go see where that's at on Spotify. I bet I can find it.
Yo, Decker says nothing wrong with trying to get laid. It's Thanos is the original simp.
It is sympathetic.
Oh shit.
Let me start collecting these. We're gonna start making album covers and get lots of follows on X.
Does Dr. Freeze count as an anti-hero? I would consider
No.
He's a villain.
Mr. Freeze. I would.
He's a guy who took revenge too far. But if the animated series,
I would count him as an anti-villain, not an anti-hero.
No, anti-villain means that he ends up doing good things. He isn't.
He never does anything good. It just was understandable. It was right.
Well,
there was
technically, in Batman and Robin, he did create the cure for Alfred. So,
okay.
Oh yeah.
But
okay. Well, in that case,
he saved Alfred.
He's definitely one of the more reasonable.
Now, if we're going to talk about all media, are we really going to forgive those puns that Arnold made?
Okay, so here's the thing. I've changed my opinion on the Schumacher Batman films. They're still fucking terrible films. There's no doubt about that. At the same time,
I still love watching them for some reason.
I don't.
You need to chill.
I don't blame Joe Schumacher as much as I used to. I blame the corporation. I blame Warner Brothers more than anybody.
Yeah.
Now blame Joel.
It wasn't Joe. It was not Joe Schumacher. It was the company wanted something that was going to be more marketable, that was going to sell toys, that they could put figures in Happy Meals.
Joel Schumacher made some good horror movies.
That's like the thing. I think Joe Schumacher. I think Joe Schumacher did the best job he could under the corporate constraints of Warner Brothers at the time.
Okay.
So I don't blame him.
I won't say it's the worst take I've ever heard.
I blame Warner Brothers.
He did apologize, by the way, on record.
Yeah,
he did apologize for the.
Okay.
So.
And I've only recently changed my opinion on that because I've looked more into it, and I really think Warner Brothers, the heads up, the corporate douchebags at Warner Brothers at the time, they were the ones that were really responsible for this shit.
Which one?
Dude, I don't know who. I don't know who was running.
Batman and Robin.
Hell no! That was
Batman Forever.
Hey, you know who the person that made that damn Batman movie, those two Batman movies, made the Batmobile into a dent, like in the form of a dick. You know that?
What?
What? Now I've got to go look at the. Now I got to go look at the Batmobile.
I'm curious.
Wait. Which one? Which one? Batman Forever or Batman and Robin?
So the director that did Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, then he was homosexual, so he modeled it after a dick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see.
Yes,
this is the same man who put the bat nipples.
and the ass shots of fucking Batman. That's where that started to come.
Dude, did y'all ever see like when he was actually asked about that, like the whole like getting all those crotch shots and the bat nipples and everything, and like people would criticize him for like over sexualizing the actors, and he said, "Of course I did. That's what they get fucking paid for." Like he was like, "Pete, the audience wants to look at beautiful people. That's what
give him the
there
MCU.
For.
You know what? Let him run the MCU."
He was the Kevin Feige of his time. That's for sure.
He wasn't arguing this. He was like, "Of course I fucking did," because people want to see beautiful people on screen.
Yo, But I mean, nipples on a back costume. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dog?
I'm sure it was look back in the 90s. I'm sure some lady got off on that.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, I don't need to see another man.
I didn't like it.
I don't want to see another man's ass, bro.
At least Mr. Freeze didn't say "Sweet dreams, chill," according to Chris.
What kid the
That's what it's supposed
dinosaurs?
to be.
The Ice Age.
It's like, well, not really, but we'll pretend.
I hate.
You know what's kind of funny though? Like, if Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to be anybody in those movies, why wasn't he Bane?
He should have been Bane.
That would have made so much
not
more
Hispanic
sense.
enough.
It would have made it. It still would have made a hell.
I still want to see. I still want to see Luchador Bane.
Well, yeah. Wait, but here's the thing, though. None of the versions of Bane in the movies even remotely was his character. That's the cold thing about it.
That's true. That's true.
Like, he wasn't like.
Although I'm going to be real with you, and this is my take on it. I did like the Tom Hardy Bane. Not because it's accurate to the comic book, but just because that was like a whole unique thing in and of itself, and I was like, this kind of works for me.
That's the closest thing we got to strategic Bane.
Yeah.
Even though he was still a minion at the end, but still.
Manny Rose.
Dude, I'm surprised considering that they had Talia al Ghul actually have sex with Bruce Wayne. That they never maybe it was in the cards at some point, but they could have easily introduced Damian because of that, because she could have got knocked up.
But
Pull that image up I just sent you. Before we get too far.
Oh, what'd you say?
The private chat.
Yeah. I just want to say that now that you've pointed that out, this image can never be looked at again.
Oh,
you know what? I'm not even gonna look at it. What is it?
No.
Oh, that. Oh,
blow it up.
Okay.
It's just the placement with what you told us and the placement.
Oh shit!
It's that one next to the Burton mobile, right?
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Oh,
yeah, now you can't unsee it. Thank you, Boxing Historia.
Oh no!
I'm just picturing Joe Schumacher giving an interview.
I
He's
wasn't
just
even
like
thinking about the Tim Burton one. I was thinking about the latter two. That's the cold thing.
Well, you see, the thing
it's the one after the Burton mobile.
There's a lot of
that's really terrifying. Is the second one?
I just want Joe Schumacher just be candid, just be like, well, you see, there's a lot of homoeroticism in this movie. For example, the Batmobile is a penis. It's just straight up a penis.
Oh man, that is.
I'm just. It's the Kilmer one, but the fact that he made both of those
one is the most blatant, right?
The fact that he made both of those, the Clooney one is very disturbing now. With that big blade on the front.
Oh hell no!
It's just a penis. It's just straight up a penis.
It is.
To be fair, he just looked at the Burton one and said, "Yeah, let's take it a step further."
Let's take the Burton one and let's make it a dick.
shot.
Let's just make it a dick. Let's just make it a dick. A dick on wheels.
Wow. Thanks for ruining that for me.
Dude.
Things I could have gone to bed not knowing.
Here's the thing.
I know.
I will take the fucking dick mobile over what we got in the Robert Pattinson movie any day.
Really?
Because
it's not even here.
I actually like the Pattinson mobile, man.
Dude, it had no character to it.
Oh. Pull it up.
Okay, all right. You're crazy. The Batman.
I don't know. It just looks like Mad Max's car.
I mean, but you got to think that it's year 2 Batman,
guys.
Yeah,
it's like primitive. It's like before all the upgrades. I guess you could get away with saying that.
I agree with you from certain angles, man. But like when we see it from the front, where we can see the back half of the vehicle, I like it. I'm sorry.
It's just a fucking Dodge sports car.
Yeah, but it's like here's the thing. You can argue that this is like
let's
the first
look at
two
some more
Batman
images.
showed us, right?
Yeah, this is
The first two Batman shows had basic cars like this.
yeah.
Yeah, and they were lame too.
Yeah, the worst is the original Batman serials, which are racist as all get out.
Oh,
It's very hard to watch in modern
I
sensibility.
didn't even know that shit existed till last year, and I watched it and I was like, "Holy!"
Wait,
Oh, hey, yeah,
wait,
I
what?
didn't know that.
Yeah, see,
I
Chris
know
is on our side. He says it looks nice.
But
Guys,
but
it's
remember how
Black
it's-
Knight Batman.
it's a nice looking car, but it's not the
it's the
Batmobile.
views where you can see the turbine in the back, man.
It's not a Batmobile. It's just a car. It's like if it was a regular ass car, yeah, it's fine. But no, this is the Batmobile.
So Bat muscle car.
Look at the top views and the views from behind the vehicle. That's what makes it a Batmobile. I agreed with you when I saw these shots. When I watched the film, I disagreed.
This is literally from the film, isn't it?
Like, let's see it from behind.
That's
There,
but from the front. But there.
What this?
To the right. That's what makes it a Batmobile.
That's it? That's all you need? Where's the wings? Where's the fucking wings?
Oh, they don't need
Batmobile.
wings.
It's a Batmobile.
It's
gotta have wings.
It looks like the bat symbol from behind.
Does it need a giant bat face on it like the one from the 40s?
The wings
It's a ram.
symbolize speed and mobility.
it's a callback to the original.
Driving through brick walls
Exactly,
does too.
boxing
Like
story.
that shot right there. That shot right there.
Go back to the old ones.
No, below the Technic. Yeah. That's what separates it out from being just a Dodge. Look for any of the rear view shots of it where the camera's following it. I agreed
like
with you when I saw the stills.
It's like the Bat logo, but you see it.
Yeah, it's straight up the Batman logo. Yeah, it's just like I didn't. It's the same thing I didn't. There you go. Look at that. It's just like I didn't really like the bat symbol on Pattinson until I saw it in motion in the film.
Okay,
that it's made up of broken down guns.
From that angle, yes, but how many times do we actually see it from this angle in the movie?
Quite a bit during the chase. Like I said, I went into the film expecting to dislike it, and I liked the Batmobile. I like that segment with it. And the other thing is, remember, it's Batman year 2. He's still doing it all himself down in the cave. He doesn't have,
If you want to go with like sleek and modern, let's get this shit. Like this is okay.
See, but that's not gonna punch through a brick wall cleanly. That looks like somebody. Is that the TV series one?
Yes. My brother in Christ, it's a comic book movie. It doesn't have to follow the exact laws of fucking physics.
Oh, I understand. It also doesn't have to be turbines of speed.
25% different, always.
I see that's
every adaptation.
Yes.
That's a fucking Batmobile right there.
No, I agree. I think it fit the tone of the film.
It did.
I still like muscle car Batmobile. I don't know why.
I do
maybe because I like muscle cars. I'm biased.
Look at that. What's the Dodge Charger? That's it.
It's a Charger.
It's a fucking
There
Dodge
you go.
Charger.
Yeah. What's wrong with the Dodge Charger?
It's not a Batmobile, damn it! It's just a regular
the Adam West Batmobile's just a big Buick.
Yeah, and let's not go back to the tank mobile. Let's get away from that.
Wait, is it?
Yeah.
Adam West Batmobile.
And add Buick to it.
Fuck you, dude. I mean, it still looks more like a Batmobile than the fucking Patterson one. I'm sorry.
Right, but the wings on the back are literally the same wings that are on that Buick.
It's the same idea.
Right.
It's a real car, but they made it look a bit more like a Batmobile.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up in the '90s, and like to me, all this old stuff looks exotic, so I don't think that way. But maybe if I was watching it like back in the day, I would have like the same complaints.
I'm trying to see if I can find like what they've built it on. The back end is fairly similar to the actual vehicle that they use as a base for it. And now the other thing is if the Patterson Batman had not been trying to be grounded in what if this was legit, there was no superheroes and all that. Which it's more of that deconstruction.
I mean, that's Nolan's.
I think there was Nolan's thing. Yes and no. Come on, let's just be honest. The last third of the last Nolan movie is just a modern update of the 1966 Batman movie. Sometimes you don't know how to get rid of a bomb.
That's true.
It's literally a remake. It's literally a remake. It just doesn't have, the only thing it doesn't have is the shark repellent, man.
That must be on purpose. He must be referencing.
Oh yeah, he absolutely was, dude. I wanted to dislike the Patterson Batman, and it won me over.
No, I like the Patterson Batman as well. I did not understand the marketing for that movie because, like, I remember
neither did they.
They had like lunch boxes and all of this stuff that was like marketed towards.
They're always bad at marketing. Yeah,
they were marketing towards kids, and I remember when I saw the movie and I was like, "Oh my god, this is awesome!" But I would never take a kid to see this.
Never let it.
No, that's dude, that was a Batman movie made for adults. That's not a kid's Batman movie.
If you ever want to. Batman's a difficult character to do that marketing with because I remember before going to see Batman 89 and we all were convinced it was going to be horrible because Michael Keaton can't play Batman. Now today nobody could fathom anybody else playing him. But yeah, it was the worst casting ever, and this is going to be so stupid. And I bought the novelization for the movie about 3 weeks before the movie came out. And if you read the prologue of that, it is the most terrifying thing. I wasn't even a teenager yet. And I read that, and I should not have read that at that age. That scene where they first find him, he finds the guys on the rooftop. I read it a couple years ago. I pulled it up and read it. The prologue to the novelization of that is the most terrifying concept of Batman you could ever have.
Really?
Like it literally said. Let me see if I've got it handy.
I've never read
there's literally a paragraph that is. It's some of the most disturbing. Oh my God, what is this? And now think what we thought of as Batman was what we saw after school. We saw the Batman as Adam West, and he's got his utility belt and the boy Robin and all this. Well, and you remember at the beginning of that movie,
yeah,
they rob the people and they're counting the money on the rooftop, and he shows up, right? And I've got it. I've got the PDF here. Hold on, I'm looking for this very specific line.
Well, as a kid growing up in the '90s, to me, Batman was always the Bruce Timm animated Batman.
Right. None of that existed for us. We still thought of Batman as Super Friends from the 70s, you know?
Oh yeah, the blue and gray campy Batman, yeah. But I mean, and again, it's a generational thing because to me, like whenever somebody says Batman, like instantly it's the Bruce Timm animated. That's the first image that pops up in my head.
I've got it here. Do you mind letting me read a little bit to you?
Yeah, go for it.
So they hear the boots. So they're both like, "Oh, did you hear that? No, there ain't no bat and all this stuff," because they're scared about this guy that the bat supposedly threw off of a roof. And then they hear boots crunching on gravel. They both turn to look. Eddie made a strangled, gurgling sound. Something darker than the night stood on the edge of the roof. It walked toward them. Maybe it was a man. It spread what should have been its arms, slowly, majestically. And there was movement below those arms, like a shadow or something that wasn't there. Maybe a great pair of leathery wings. On its chest was a yellow oval that seemed to glow with a light of its own. And in the middle of that oval was the deep black emblem of a bat. Nick pulled out his gun, dropped to the gravel. He fired twice at the emblem. 2 clean shots. He was too close to miss. The figure jerked back as they hit, and then fell to the roof with a satisfying, solid sound. "I'm getting out of here," Nick whispered. He turned around to grab the wallet. Eddie made a low noise, too scared to scream. Nick looked back. The bat was standing again, and it was coming for them. The money fell out of Nick's fingers and fluttered away on the night breeze. He had to get out of this place. Nick kept low. He kept half running, half crawling across the roof. There was someone blocking the way, someone standing in front of the fire escape. It was a human bat. No one was going to trap him like this. Nick fired again and again, the gun shaking in his hand. And this time the bullets didn't do anything at all. The bat walked forward. Eddie was in its path, huddled on the roof, unable to do anything except piss his pants. The bat just walked around him. And as the thing passed, a single black boot caught Eddie in the middle of the chest. It lifted him completely off of his feet and sent him flying through the air into a brick chimney. Eddie slumped to the roof. He was out cold. And the bat didn't stop. It just kept walking. So I remember reading that at like 12 years old.
Jesus.
And being like, what the fuck is this?
Dude, the whole time you read
it's like
that,
a horror movie.
The whole time you read that,
I know.
I closed my eyes and I was picturing that in my head. Holy shit.
Wait, which book are you reading?
This is the
novelization of Batman 89 by Craig Shaw Gardner. I to this day remember the feeling I got when I read that line. This time the bullets didn't do anything at all. The bat walked forward. Eddie was in its path, huddled on the roof.
Is this Batman or Jason Bourne?
Except piss his pants. Exactly.
Oh, Batman.
Sounds like
the movie. The movie doesn't do it justice.
Oh my god!
I know.
That like I was just picturing that in my head. Like,
yeah.
I could just feel like the cold wind of the night, like how dark it must have been. Like, oh my god, that sends fucking chills down my spine. That's fucking wild. That's a scary ass.
That's. But I remember that changing Batman in my mind. That paragraph right there, you know, and they do fairly close to that in the movie, but it doesn't do it the justice that this did.
I think that's interesting too, because in a lot of ways, like the Batman that came after, every interpretation of the Batman that's come after almost is kind of like the successor to that reimagining of the character. Like kind of succeeds in like, and I don't mean like surpasses it, but like succeeds it in like a generational thing. Like it's all like in the shadow of that.
Well, if you read the real early Batman, he's a very dark character. I mean, the earliest Batman just straight up kills criminals.
Oh yeah,
shoots them.
Yeah.
Oh no,
he's like the shadow.
That one scene where he had him hanging from from a damn airplane and say, "No, hey man, no one's gonna miss you." Like that's some savage shit.
Nobody's gonna miss you. Get fucked.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's a long section before that where they're talking about, oh, you're scared of the bat because you're hearing things, and he's like, there ain't no bat. He's like, oh yeah, you tell that to Tommy or whatever. They found him. He walked off he got drunk and walked off a roof. They said there wasn't any blood in his body.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it was all over the pavement. Yeah, it's just all this, and then all of a sudden, Batman actually arrives. You know, and
every time I see a new Batman movie or a new Batman series, there's always a scene like that where somebody's like, there ain't no bat. The Batman doesn't exist.
Yep.
I'm just sitting there. I'm like, well, they about to learn today.
Well, the thing is, like, they figured out that a major part of that character is the reason he chose to be a bat was to terrify. That was a weapon, you know, that he could terrify the enemies. And
it's a symbol.
You know, and they were at that point, the Batman Never Kills was not something that we were really familiar with, or it wasn't true canon at that point. Look at all the people he kills in that movie. I don't kill. I just drive into a factory and blow it up with thousands of bad guys.
But even before that happened, though, this dude fucking air cats out with his damn Batmobile, though. Like he had guns.
Yeah, exactly.
But they were.
Yeah.
Wait, air him out. You mean like Eric July? Oh
shit. Well, hey, that is a common term.
No, that'd be Man Thing or Cousin It.
Oh my god, this bitch, bro.
I just pictured Cousin It wearing a Rippaverse hat.
Captain he is short and hairy.
Captain Caveman. Captain Cave.
Oh shit.
That's Sturgis.
No, he's unfrozen. Hey. He's unfrozen caveman streamer.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna show you guys in the chat why this fucking STD bitch.
Wait, the person that Batman was who was Batman based on?
There were several things he was based off of. I know his costume was based off of some Mesoamerican costume that had the exact same cowl look.
Oh no, no. The fucking Melanie Mac. Oh no. Look at this shit, man.
Oh, this bitch, man. I swear.
Dude, this from the Mighty Key. Do the black people that do this not even feel a little bit embarrassed? She says, I'm one of the good. You know, I'm white. I can't repeat that. That Melanie Mac.
Oh, no. What's that face she's doing?
Look, Jesus.
I'm going to make a deep cut reference, but why is she taking a picture with Jay Lethal?
Dude.
Yo, Jay Lethal.
Dude, I know what I want to put a caption here. She's like, look, white Jesus, I'm saving them for you.
Bro, I can't believe that because I did like a 30-minute video, right? Pre-recorded on this shit. And I don't know. Listen, I did post on some of her comment board and whatnot. My shit got taken down within less than 10 minutes of me uploading that shit. Oh man, you know what this dude said? He said I give her the hard ER pass too.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Baki said, "Did Melanie Mac get black?" Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Why would he do that for her? She's not even overweight.
Oh.
Oh shit!
I'm sorry.
God Almighty, man! This. Like, look at that face. Like, that is the face of pure, unrestrained evil right there, John. Like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that being the last thing you see on this earth before you close your eyes in death? Holy shit!
Man, look, she like I said in the video, she's 2 meals,
You know,
two less meals away from being an anorexic. Man.
you know, it probably wasn't her. It was her army of simps.
Why? What man in his right mind would simp for this bitch?
Sturgis.
Well,
Who else do you think? Yeah, Sturgis. There are many Sturgis.
I said in their right mind.
But I'm just saying this, and mind you, he's sitting up here smiling, like cheesing with this bitch right here, and you would sit up here and go that far, like, bro, like this is.
Dude, I swear to God, if I was out at a convention and I saw her like this, she was like, "Hey, Jesker, what's up?" I'd be like, "Oh God, bitch, get away!" I pull out the cross. I'll be like, "Away, Satan, away!"
Man, I'm if I can get my channel back, I'm gonna send her a $30 super chat and be like, hey, Melly Mac, I'm your biggest fan. By the way, you failed miserably taking my channel down. My shit's back up.
don't encourage them. Not if you're.
Oh, you know what?
Not if you're that close.
You know what? If you know what, her army of sins probably fucking raid my goddamn chats every damn time. But I mean,
I bet you got mass flagged.
Oh yeah. This sounds exactly like what she would do. She'd probably be like, "Oh my God, you're a Christian. Let's talk about Christianity." That's what she uses to justify a lot of her behavior, dude.
Yeah.
That's like the Eric July playbook.
As soon as it becomes as soon as like her being a Christian no longer is making the money, she'll change to something else.
But that's the funny thing that I see on her posts, right? On her channels on Twitter and YouTube. You're talking about you're a Christian, but look at the way you how you a Christian? You dress like this.
This is an e-girl. Like she's straight out of Twitch.
Yeah, she's an emo.
She's not even trying. Yeah.
Like, I mean, shit. I mean, you're not dressing modestly. You don't have a dress on, bitch. Like, we could see your frame and shit. You know, we could see the damn your belly button. Like, I don't know.
I'm out here banging for Jesus. It's like,
oh shit!
Stop!
So you're saying this is Christian Harley Quinn?
Yes.
I know, but look, no. But if you go up on her shit though, there's a post that she made saying, because I guess she was quoting somebody from South Africa talking about black people invented all this other stuff or whatever. Now, here's the funny thing is, why would you sit up here and repost that and say, like, to mock black Americans, you said black Americans invented air, oxygen, and like, wow, bitch. Damn.
What?
Oh yeah, let me send that shit. This shit is funny.
Yo, Decker, I'm not gonna lie. When I first read that, I thought she said she used to be a cute turkey Tom. Now she's a grifter. I was about to be like, wait a minute, what?
Whoa. Okay. Hey, look at this.
I'm trying to find her old beer commercial.
Reminds me of the girls I went to middle school with. Tons of degeneracy and then repentance in church. Well, my pussy's all hollowed out now. I guess I'm gonna go find Jesus. It's like, damn, all right.
So what is she in, like 36 or something?
I thought you were gonna say, what is she in the third grade or something? Like, damn.
Shit, she built like it.
Oh wow. Oh shit. My God.
Boxing historian Savage tonight.
Yo, she really posted this shit.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Look at this shit, bro.
Oh no.
Black American. What? She can't be serious. Black Americans invented oxygen. Black Americans invented maple trees. Black Americans invented paper clips. Black Americans invented ladybugs. Black Americans invented your mom. What the fuck?
Look what it's responding to, though.
I mean, like, I know she's responding to an idiot, but still, the way she's responding it is retarded.
Black Americans invented braids. Black Americans invented music. Black Americans invented dance. What the fuck? dancing. Black Americans invented performing. Black Americans invented culture. Black Americans invented blackness. What the?
Yo, but my thing is though, why would you respond to that shit with like, is there something that you're not telling us, Melanie Mac? I mean, is there
Exactly.
Is there something?
There's a million other ways you could have responded to that. This isn't it.
I just shared a video with you.
Yo,
You can mute. You might want to mute it. Imagine this being your claim to fame.
Wow.
Wait, why do we have a Miller Lite commercial pulled up? Like what?
You'll see.
Harassment
Just
and
keep it on mute.
cyberbullying, man.
Yeah, keep it on mute. You don't want the music playing.
Okay.
Music's unnecessary.
Oh no. Oh no, this is old.
Yeah, it is. This is why she became a streamer.
Really?
Yeah, watch. This is over 11 years ago it was posted. There she is.
Oh my god.
Ringer? That ain't her, is it?
It is.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
That ain't that's her.
That's
That
her,
is
yeah.
her.
Near the end.
And that's
The ringer.
the she's the ringer in that one, and that's why she decided to become a video game streamer when it took off, because this was her biggest credit.
Wow. Damn, hey, look how more.
So hold up. So she really just, that's why she became a video game. That is the most superficial.
I'm sure. Hold on. I'm sure part of the reason they put her in that casting is, she knows what a video game controller is or whatever, because as pointless as it is, she's going to be on camera for 2 seconds.
Fucking bitch. How dare you make a mockery of something that I fucking grew up with? I invested thousands of dollars into. How dare you make a mockery of gaming?
She gets away with it.
No.
People like you.
Hold on. I'm not saying this. Hold on. I'm not saying she wasn't gaming. I'm saying that's probably part of the reason she got the role. But she was. This was a Super Bowl commercial, and
no.
it's just like Ian.
She was a Twitch girl, 100%. A Twitch gamer.
Just like Ian Crossland's claim to fame is his Superman, the 5 Gum Super Bowl commercial.
I swear to God, man.
And the pro LGBT feminist at that.
As a gamer, I am so fucking tired of my culture being appropriated by these bitches. I am so
fake assholes, man.
Sick of this shit.
That's the result, yep.
And
the FMT, same story.
You weren't aware. You weren't aware of this.
That's her.
Mm-hmm.
Why does she look so much more natural back then compared to
I tell
now?
you what,
before she went
because
mad, that's
she's a whole lot younger. It's because she's a whole lot younger.
I haven't heard a woman since they had to cut my mom open when I was being born. I might have to change that up. I might have to.
Oh.
I mean, holy shit! I already really dislike this bitch. Like I can't stand this shit, man. Like I cannot stand people like this coming to a space that they have no fucking history with. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They have no fucking idea what they're doing. But look at me, I've got
literally
tits.
back in the day. Her claim to fame was making a video about sexual harassment in gaming. Back in the day.
No, Melanie Mac Gaming. She started streaming games in 2006. I'm trying to find when this Miller Lite commercial was made. And then she did the Melanie Mac Go Boom.
It says 11 years ago.
Yeah, but that's when it was uploaded to YouTube. I expand out the description. It might actually say when it was.
Exactly, Wee Babu. Yeah. Pick me grifter version of Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah.
It's just got the
the song.
thing for the song. Yeah.
Black. Hey, this Hey.
Oh,
But she was already
Like,
doing gaming streaming.
I will never eat Melanie Mac. I would rather eat a Big Mac than eat Melanie Mac. My God.
Stay away from butter.
Oh my God. I'm just fucking like why do you come into a space where you don't give a shit about the history of it? You don't give a shit about the culture that's been built around it, but you feel like that just because you've been in a fucking commercial and you held a controller that you can just come in there and do whatever you want. I mean, bitch, listen, just because if I hold a fucking dildo doesn't mean that I can go into a whorehouse and invade your fucking space.
I don't come to your job and slap the dick out of your mouth.
I don't come to your fucking house and slap your dad and uncle's dick out of your mouth, you piece of shit.
Oh shit!
Hold on. For the record, keep in mind what you're getting the cart and the horse backwards. The reason she was picked for that is she was an early gaming streamer. Gaming streaming came first. But I do find it funny that she sits there and plays the we're all super Christian and all that, and then she's willing to take that money and say go get drunk.
Yeah, exactly. And here's another thing too about this whore.
Yeah, she started gaming streaming in 2006, so that would have been before this.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Like, but this is the same chick that talks about the alphabet community all the time and use the FAG word all the damn time, right?
Right.
But here it is. I'm just sitting up here doing a video calling your bitch ass out, your little hoe ass out, along with that punk, that simp bitch, that sat up there and did that with you, and you
Jay Lethal.
And it's called fucking cyber. What's this shit called? Let me read this shit again. It says appeal the removal of the boxing historian 206. It says, make sure you read and review our harassment and cyberbullying policy first. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, these motherfuckers.
We are all Riley.
So this was drawn in 2016 by Melanie Mac. This is a deconstruction. Get this, an SJW deconstruction of Tomb Raider.
Oh no!
Oh, this is her.
This is her. Look at that. See, the ugly version of Tomb Raider.
What's with the gap between the teeth?
Yes, Squirrel Girl, but Tomb Raider. This is what Melanie Mac was drawing, guys. Read that. You see that? Melanie Mac, 2016. You can't make this up.
Trixie Boom.
Trixie. Oh my God.
This is what she was into back then. Well, I bet she's still into it, but still.
Yes, throw a rock at her. That's exactly the type. That's exactly the type of reaction you should have to this bitch. Throw a rock at her.
Just throw some holy water on this bitch.
Oh my God, she's got an Australian accent. Stupid rock. Crikey, that hurt.
Wait, that's not her. That's not her fucking lingo, though.
There it is.
No, she made her Australian because Lara Croft is British. Get it?
Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Again, it's feminist deconstruction of Tomb Raider.
All right, here's this guy about to get cucked. Why?
I'm not the. Oh man.
Tumblr art.
What happened to Padme? Is she all right?
Why?
I'm afraid that in her lust she cucked you. No.
For the record, I have long said that the Tumblr diaspora will be the end of Western civilization. We had them contained in one space.
Bloody hell.
Now Rippleson will bring
what am I doing? You know, fuck it. Funnier if I use a man's voice. Fuck it. Bloody hell. Are you off your head? I don't know who you are, but this glowy thingy is mine. I'm going to need you to sawed off.
Shit, she sounds like Suit Yourself now.
Whoosh.
What the fuck?
Can I be the sound effects?
Yeah, go for it.
Whoosh.
Oh my god! Her first
Look,
reaction
she's
is
shooting
pull
the
out a-
mail.
Why the fuck
Look
is her
how
first
long. Why is she Slender Man? Look at
Why
how
is-
long those arms are.
Why is her first reaction to pull out a fucking gun on this guy? Like, what did he do?
Again.
Well, he hit her in the back of the head with a
Melanie
rock.
Mack is a feminist. Remember,
Is she feminist?
back then, yeah.
So what? We escalate
man.
this from a rock to a fucking gun? Like, damn!
Hey, don't bring a rock to a gunfight, man.
My god!
I promise I don't want your rod of the blue fight.
Yeah, what kind of dialogue?
What the fuck?
Those are illegal in Alabama.
Wait, Weeb Abu says Melanie Mack's comic is better than anything Ethan Van Cipher. The scamp.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Oh, me and Weeb do not get along, brother.
Yeah, that's between you and Ethan. I don't care really.
Hold on, you can't say that, Weebu, because I mean Ethan's run on Green Lantern.
Dude,
is
Wreck
fucking-
Planet. Wreck Planet. I had to sit down and recover from reading Wreck Planet.
And even if you don't like Cyberfrog, you cannot deny his run on Green Lantern is one of the fucking best.
No,
Right.
listen. I read those Green Lantern comic books in the 2000s. I still got those issues, man. Look, man, he created some of the greatest characters we ever seen with the Green Lantern, man.
Yeah, literally, the emotional ring spectrum was Ethan's idea.
Well,
Say
shit,
what you will, like,
atrocities.
this is trash, and maybe you can complain about EVS being late on comic books, whatever.
What the fuck is this dialogue?
Objectively, still Ethan's better.
What the fuck is this dialogue? Please don't
I can't get over Rod of the Blue Viper. Please don't kill me. I have a cat.
What? You know what the relic thingy is?
Wait, what?
Yeah. I'm an archaeology student. My name is Hunter Burns.
Oh my, these names. Well, why didn't you say so, mate? Name's Trixie Boom.
Coming up to the stage, it's Trixie Boom.
He sounds like
Get your
fucking
dollars
Lester.
out, boys. I was going more stripper. You came all the way out here, and you didn't even know what relic you were looking for. Can't read. I just look around and see what I can find. Eh?
Oh my god.
There it is. The next Represent comic, guys. Enjoy.
Honey. This ain't it.
What is you doing?
Holy shit. That's fucking terrible.
Keep her away from comics.
Dude, I thought
Trixie Boom.
I thought the Rippaverse was bad. Jesus Christ.
As bad as the names in her series are, they're better than Rippaverse with names.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Decker, Rippa send me to.
Blood
you know what? I'll at least say this: they're more memorable than anything in Eric's comic.
Coming up to the stage from Reseda, it's Trixie Boom.
Oh yeah, Ethan. Yeah, he made a trip. Yeah, made royalties that paid for his house from the ingest. Damn.
Hey, that game was great. That was a great game too.
Damn. So when that game came out and he saw that he was going to be in the game, but Ethan was like, "Honey, we're getting a new house. Ain't it wonderful?"
Oh, he didn't know it was coming.
Well,
every time they mention Iron Heights, he made Iron Heights.
Iron Heights.
That's the prison in Flash. The Flash's equivalent of Arkham.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So he gets paid every time they use Iron Heights. He invented the thing, the entire storyline with Flash's mother and all that.
He invented
that's
that?
him. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. He gets paid for that too.
Jessica Cruz.
Yeah, the Jessica
Angel
Cruz
Salvador from the X-Men.
Oh, Parallax.
What's his name? Blob. The guy that invisible dude, fat dude that you can see his organ.
Oh, is it Blob
from
Herman or
X-Men.
something like that? I forgot.
Yeah, Blob Herman or Herman Blob or whatever. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Decker
No, but
said-
see,
yeah.
Weebaboo, this is what you don't understand. Some random webcomic thrown together, it isn't bad. That's why it's bad, though. It's just thrown together. Like that's your
Creating my
missing
own
the point.
comic has been my dream ever since I got my first tablet 8 years ago. For the record, remember what she said when Ripacen got announced. I guess I'm gonna have to learn to how to make comic books.
Oh my god. She is
Pixie Boom, Ripacen.
The
she
next
is like
3% comes.
she is like everything wrong with e-girls all wrapped up in one
Yes.
human being.
Here's the
Yeah.
problem. The fact that she's pretending that she's not is amazing. And she gets away with it too.
And when did she make this post? Was this from 2000?
It says here
2016.
2016, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is 16. So that comic book is from
2016. It's every page that Melanie
Yeah.
Mack copyright 2016.
I thought you said 2006. Okay, it's 2016. Okay.
No, she started streaming in 2006.
Okay.
Streaming games.
On what
I'm not
platform?
gonna, I'm not gonna
Wait.
take away her bona fides. She streamed herself playing a ton of video games. She knows
You know
how
what
to
I
play.
just, you know what I just realized? The face, the gap between the teeth. This character is a fusion of Laura Croft and Pippi Longbottoms or Longstockings, whatever her name is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
That's true.
And Slender Man, because look at the length of that arm and when she's holding out the gun.
Hey
Mine
ho,
went to
I'm
Squirrel Girl
Pippi.
because
I'm Pippi.
that's how they like drawing
Damn, I can't even post in the chat because my shit is done.
Oh, you had a bit too much to think.
Yeah, you damn right. I mean, I already knew I was on 2 strikes.
Dude.
You know that's on me. But it's just like, I mean, this is how you gonna play it. Like, look, you made the post. You made that post. Obviously, he's just sitting up here regurgitating like a simp bitch that he is. And you call, and then of course, I'm pretty sure you saw the comments. Of course, you didn't respond, but it's like, shit, you gonna sit up here and say cyberbullying and harassment? Like, come on.
This bitch really escalated to a gun that quickly. My God, that's an unstable woman right there.
Hey,
That's a SJW, right?
Seriously, it's like
she is.
What? It's like, oh, you man, you have penis. You back away or I shoot you. It's like, damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna send her a nice super chat, man, talking shit to her. fucking emo, dirty.
you had a bit too much to think. You implied that they were not perfection, dude. They really have jumped the shark since Hollywood quit putting out so much content, and they're desperate for things to talk about.
You think they had a moment where they were just sitting there like they weren't even live, they were just talking to each other in the back room, and they were just like, well shit, what are we gonna do now?
Oh, I
Because
guarantee.
they can't talk about. But
When's the
I mean,
last time you heard any of them say, "I like this. You should go see it"?
I mean, a
what
couple
I'm
of them
saying.
tried to do that with
They
X-Men
tried.
97, but then like
Yeah.
everybody else, like
Until
quickly
Nerdrotic
shut
walked
them
in
down.
and said, "No, remember, guys, MCU."
Well, you know what? The one thing that they did talk positive about was Godzilla -1. I didn't hear anybody say anything negative about that. So that's
Yeah,
one.
that's true.
That's one thing. And
One out of how much content that they talked about? How much did they actually talk about it?
The problem is
liked
when
it.
pressed about
Yes.
it, they start saying, "No, but people don't watch us if we start talking positive stuff." Look at
Yeah.
this.
yeah,
More Melanie Mack art. LGBT icon. Ellie.
yeah,
of The Last
she's
of
a
Us.
bro. There's no way you can't tell me this bitch wasn't a feminist, man.
She is on record. Like she has a whole video talking about the women getting harassed in gaming. Tony covered this.
Oh yeah. But then they sit up here and talk shit about the other female that talked about getting harassed. Ain't
What's
that
worse is, you know what? Okay, there's this guy named Hunter Avalon. He used to be like right wing, and then suddenly he became a leftist, right? At least he kept the videos up, and then he'd make videos about him rebutting himself. Melanie Mac didn't even have the courtesy to do that. She just erased them off the internet.
Yo, Melanie Mac is a fucking bum.
Oh, she's a bum bitch for sure.
I mean, this, like, I already
I'm looking at
didn't like
pictures
her.
of Jay Lethal right now.
Dude, I already didn't like her, but after tonight, like, I'm just, like, my blood pressure is just skyrocketed right now.
Pull
like,
up some quarter pounder thumbnails.
Hey, let me say this: we Abu is his boxing store, and couldn't you just wait the strikes out? You know, with someone
You
with
know
a
what
big
happened to
mouth,
Hunter Avalon a couple months ago, right?
what happened?
Dude, he shacked up with somebody else from YouTube, and her ex came to shoot him, and he live streamed hiding behind the ex.
No! Oh no!
I know what you mean, Weebabu, but I'm saying Hunter Avalon is an idiot. But at least he keeps his old shit up, right? At least he's telling you that he changed his mind. Melanie Mac, on the other hand, she doesn't. She just erases everything and pretends she was right wing all along.
Bitch! Oh my
Every
god!
time somebody brings up her past, it's like, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. That did not happen. It's like, bitch, come on.
This bitch, man, this bitch couldn't handle it. So you fucking, I mean, yes, I did get my third strike. I mean, just to answer that dude's question, I mean, I got a big mouth, man. Whenever I see some shit, I call it the fuck out. Now, I mean, look, this shit wouldn't make me mad because I would have one strike, but there was somebody I exposed on YouTube, you know, two and a half years ago, and what he did was he sat up here and struck those two videos that exposed his ass. Back to back, and within the span of 3 weeks to get me fucking 2 strikes in literally 3 weeks, so I couldn't upload. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard not to stay off my main page and shit, and you know, take and go live and shit. So hey, it's on me, but it's still some hoe ass shit.
Hey, like I said, time to take that stuff over to the other channel or the other provider.
Oh yeah,
No,
honestly, you know
what? At least then you got a place to eject to as the plane goes down.
Just as long as you're not ejecting all over Melanie Mac, we're good.
Oh,
listen. There's no way in hell. Like I said, I was being generous when I said she's a 5 on a good day. I was being generous saying that shit.
Oh,
I said on a good day, she's probably on the average of 3.45.
Melanie Mac is the type of chick that I would be concerned about getting an STD without even sticking it in her. Like no shot. Like just having my stuff exposed in front of her, like I'd be afraid of getting an STD.
Bro, you tell no lies there, man. She probably a damn little smut for creeps and lamers. Shit, they probably pass her bitch ass around.
Like she's like the lowest fucking scum of e-girl.
She is. And don't get it twisted. It's not like there's not other broads within that sector of their little you know, their little sector over there, right? Their little group. But the problem is with her is that unlike them other females, like this broad just looks like she just looked like trouble, man.
Don't you love their latest drift? Now they're bringing VTubers in to join them. They're adding VTubers like
what's
Yellow Flash.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Look at me.
Didn't they always have VTubers because they've got lofty?
Yeah, because
well, you know what I mean. That's a different kind of VTuber.
This is very old, but it's around the same time she was drawing that. The Reddit link I sent you won't work.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on the Reddit link. Oh my god!
I screenshotted it.
Oh my god! Heaven, what is this? What is this demon? What is? Dude, I'm about to get an STD just looking at this. You all can suffer and share in my pain. Here you go.
This bitch look like a schoolgirl. What the fuck?
Yeah, what year is
This
this?
is that.
What year was this?
I'm going back to it. I had to switch to get you the.
Hey, if this is her and as
This
You know
is
what,
4
Bad
years
Boy?
ago.
Yeah,
She's
this,
more tolerable like this.
I
like, without all
don't
the
I don't
cake.
know, man. The way she looks here, like this bitch is gonna give me an STD and get me locked up in prison.
wait a second.
It's the
4 years
beginning.
ago.
It's I don't know. That's when this was posted. I don't know how old it is, but the thing is, it's like this is the beginning of the weird eye.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
there's something going on.
Why are the
The weird
eyes so
eyes, yeah.
wide? Why is she? It's like she's staring into darkness, trying to see.
She look.
There's a
Like,
soul
you
in
turn
there.
It wasn't
off the
that
light,
bad
the thing goes black.
even a year ago, but now when she's on streams, I'm like, what's wrong with her?
No, dude. Like
Is it a
she's got,
filter?
she's got this look on her face, like, "Where's your soul at? Where's your soul at? Give me your soul. Give me your soul. I gotta give it to Satan. Give me your soul. Give me your soul. Give me your
She
soul."
has the crazy ex-girlfriend look. You know that?
She
The-
looked
the
like-
meme.
Yeah.
She
Bro,
looks like she's getting ready to stab you. That's what she looks like.
Overly attached X. That one.
Yo,
Guys, this is why you never put your dick in crazy, because she'll cut off the dick. She'll stab you. She'll hurt you in ways that you cannot
Man.
possibly imagine.
this bitch is. Oh man. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I'm going to appeal. I'm gonna try to do something, get that shit back. But for you to do that
Fight back.
shit,
I'm telling you,
that
you
shit
can't.
pisses me the fuck off, man. Fucking bitch.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until your dick gets cut off. All right. Mhm.
Man, I'll throw. I'll throw.
I'll share one more thing before
You can lead them
Oh
to
my
water. You
God.
can't make
Oh
them
my
drink.
god. Oh my god. She eats your ass 100%, whether you like it or not. That's the kind of girl she is.
Oh,
Oh, she looked like.
she only eats butter.
She's like, I'm gonna eat your ass, and you are going to enjoy it, whether you want to or not.
Bro, look how anorexic this bitch look, man. Like,
Oh,
goddamn.
what is this?
I thought she was anorexic in the fucking picture I saw her in. Like, this shit is even worse, man. God damn, what are you eating? Only veggies or some shit?
Here's more of her
This is what
art.
she used to draw.
Jesus.
Damn, an effeminate looking man.
Oh my god, she bends you over in the change my DD position. Damn.
Oh,
Bro, she is that. She is that.
all right, gentlemen. I apologize for giving you nightmares about Melanie Mack's art. I'll have to go now.
Deviant
All right.
heart. Oh, you out of here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, we're
Take care,
about we're about to wrap it up anyways. I got work in the morning, unfortunately.
Yeah, likewise.
Sadly,
if y'all
I do
if y'all
too.
would start sending in more of the super chats, if y'all would get onto the Patreon, I wouldn't have to work a normal job. I could get on here and I could stream and get a bunch of tattoos and act like a bitch like Melanie Mack. Like, come on, people.
He could get a warehouse, hire
could
all
get
his buddies,
I could get a warehouse.
sell you merch shaped like a comic book.
Like I like there's Melanie Mack. I want to be Mikey Mack, okay? Make me Mikey Mack. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Although to be fair, like I'm gonna be getting to that point soon where I'm gonna be making money off of the ad revenue anyways. Because just tonight I've gained 9 subscribers, so we're at 736.
That's
You're
what's up.
welcome.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We are at 736. We're getting to that 1,000, baby. Jesker Van Skyver. Holy shit. Now there's an image.
Ugh.
You got to eat a lot more pie, brother.
Shit,
I love
Jesker
my
Van
pie, man. It's absolutely delicious. Have you seen my frogs? They like pie too.
Hey, I mean, is it true though that a lot of his books don't be getting out on time?
Yeah,
Oh, that's true. Because a lot of people
quality
be
takes
saying
time, man. Quality takes time. But for example, they're still screaming about books that that have been shipping recently and that people have in their hands, and then you can easily go find tons of reviews about saying nobody has that book yet.
I will say
Really?
this.
Well,
I will say
I've
this.
seen about 100.
At least Ethan will actually admit it's a problem. Like he has admitted like he could do better, which is
well.
more
And
than
the other thing is, let's keep in mind. So like Wreck Planet was a year late, but it was also double the length that was promised. You get all he has all those add-ons that he includes for everybody for backing it. And he's quite clear about what you're doing when you're crowdfunding. When you're crowdfunding, you're not pre-ordering. You're saying, I want to fund you to be able to focus on building X. I'm making an investment in it. A side benefit of it is when the product does come out, it'll get sent to me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Look at all the freebies that people got that backed everybody that, for example, everybody that backed Red Extermination when it comes out later this year or early next year. I mean, he's told people to expect December.
I mean, let's just keep it real though. EVS is the George R. Martin of comic books.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing is also people forget these guys. They when they were working for DC and stuff, DC Marvel, they had one gig.
Yeah.
Now they have to be the fulfillment house, the publisher, they got to deal with who's doing the printing. They've got to be marketing. They've got to spend their days marketing so they can sell to new people. They got to, there's all that goes along with it. And they're making a guesstimate on when something's going to be done. And so I understand. The thing is, he's fulfilling everything. And if you haven't got what you ordered on the time that it's not like you're in the dark and he just ran away with your money.
So what we're saying
he's out there every day telling you what's going on.
So what we're saying is, guys, that eventually Ethan will get the Winds of Winter out. Don't worry.
He'll get it, dude. Everything that he has put out will be out before it comes out. That book's never getting made.
I think we're going to get an update this year. I think we're going to get an update this year.
I think he's terrified for the crucifixion from the SJWs that he will get for it, and that book is going to come out after he's dead.
Fuck off! No, dude. If I made as much money as George R. Martin has made, that's fuck you money. I'm putting out whatever I put out, and if you don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
He really enjoys going to those Hollywood parties.
I'm sure he enjoys the food, especially. I don't mean that as a fat joke. I mean, like, if you've ever read the man's books, like he loves describing food.
I honestly believe that part of the reason we don't have it is for it to be in line with the rest of what he's done. He's gonna suffer some minor cancellation when that book comes out.
I mean, what do people expect? It's like the Game of Thrones series is it's a dark series of books, man.
I expect it to be like what I had pictured in my head when I watched the TV show about Khaleesi.
Oh Lord. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I realized you were trying to wrap things up. And we don't get to talk very often, and we started out on the wrong foot tonight a little bit, but I shared a little story with you that you might want to use as a close up in the private chat. I don't know if you saw this about the Top Gun Maverick star and telling the story about his sister's dating.
Oh, let's see. Is this gonna be some dark ass shit?
It is. It is, but it's it's real life horror.
All right. I guess we'll wrap it up with this nightmare-inducing shit. All right. Top Gun Maverick star Glenn Powell tells a story about how his sister's friend was given flesh-eating lotion by an alleged cannibal after a date. This is insane. During a show with podcaster Jake Shane, Powell told a story about how his sister's friend nearly avoided death. She goes on a date with this guy. She goes back to his apartment that night, and he's like, hey, can I give you a massage? She just started getting a weird vibe. She's like, something feels off. So he starts massaging her shoulders. She's like, I got to get out of here. And he gets a little weird, like, no, please don't leave. She leaves. Her skin starts itching like crazy. The next day she goes to the doctor, and he does a test on her skin, and it turns out that it's like a black market lotion that breaks down skin for human consumption. So the doctor's like, you got to give me this person's address, and you should call the police. They go to this guy's house, and he had several girls' bodies in the house.
Well, so just for the record, you kept bringing up a very important point about where not to place things in crazy. It goes for both sides.
That is the fucking truth. Oh my God. Jesus. People stay away from the fucking crazies. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, God, like, do not, if you're a man, do not stick your dick in crazy. If you're a girl, do not let the man stick his crazy in your vajayjay. It's really that simple. Like, use protection. And when your gut tells you that somebody's a fucking psychopath, you need to listen to your gut.
Trust your gut.
That's
end up in guts.
See, exactly. See, that's God's way of saying, hey, something's up. No, that's fucking horrifying.
All I know is Melanie Mack.
Well, I figured you didn't want to sleep tonight.
All I know is
no, it's not like
I'm sorry,
I have a job
boxing
to go
historian.
to tomorrow.
Start streaming on X.
Oh well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm probably going to start doing.
Does anybody even watch on X?
I do.
Yeah.
I might give it a try.
It's a pain. It's a pain to watch on X unless you're on a desktop because you can open it in a new tab. But dude, YouTube is so anti. It's me. It's WeTube now, not you. And I don't know. I get it. It's easy, and there's a big audience here, but it's a chicken and egg problem.
That's true.
Can I make more money on X? It's a better question.
Depends.
Well, like I said, it's a chicken and egg problem. You may be able to be a bigger fish on X than you are in a smaller pond. You know what I mean?
Am I
versus being held down, and algorithmically challenged for having a bit too much to think over here.
If I start streaming
or
on
you can
X,
simulcast.
If I start streaming on X, am I going to wake up in the morning, have $3 million in a warehouse?
Only if you make comic book shaped merchandise. But what I would recommend is simulcast to multiple locations.
This man
don't.
This man said comic book shaped merchandise. That is such an accurate way to describe that shit, dude.
Damn it.
Comic book shaped.
That's what it is.
That is so fucking.
A collection of SketchUp rendered materials.
Hey, well, gentlemen, I appreciate you having me on, Jesker, man, and it's nice meeting you on Uncapped, man. Gotta go.
I try to make it enjoyable a little bit. I can be a bit problematic, but we got more in common than we got to argue about.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing I always say about this channel. Even if we disagree vehemently. We don't have to be disagreeable. There's already too much.
Sometimes it's fun.
There's already too much of that bullshit on the internet, anyways.
You know, got to get an audience somehow.
But no, I have actually been considering the whole simulcast thing. Like I've got a channel on Kick, but I rarely use it.
I've not really made use of Kick. I can't. It's got that D Live vibe to it.
I probably need to start doing more simulcast on different platforms, but I'm just so used to YouTube. Like, it's just kind of my comfort zone.
Right. Well, you don't even have to acknowledge that they're out there. The audience might find you there.
That's
so
true.
Like I was on Salty and Savage the other night, and they want a bigger audience on YouTube. They had 90 something people watching on X and 6 people watching on YouTube. Either way you look at it, they had 96 people watching.
No, that's true. All right, but yeah, I do think we're going to call it a night, my peoples. Might stream tomorrow. There's actually some drama that's been going on, some new drama with somebody I've not talked about, and that is the I'm Alex. I don't really know what this is, to be honest with you, but I saw Turkey Tom bring it up, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? But apparently it's blowing up, so I don't know. I might do some research on it tomorrow and talk about it. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Uncapped Turtle, boxing historian, TJ Laser, appreciate it. Chat, appreciate it. I'll see you guys for the next one. Peace.